Good morning, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. Happy Thursday. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands College of Science and Math. I'm a research specialist, and I am very excited to have all of you with us today from across the territory, along with the nation and the globe. For those of you that this is your first time, this is an annual outreach event that UVI puts on in conjunction with the physics program here at the university and with our federal partners from NASA. As we get started this morning, I would like to take a moment to share with you an opportunity to hear a few welcoming comments from our university president, Dr. David Hall. Dr. Hall?
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always exciting to be able to welcome our NASA partners. They have partnered with the university for so many years, and it has really made a difference. This program in particular is one that is very special. And so I want to welcome all of the students who are participating either in person or participating online. I also want to have a special shout out to our teachers who are participating in this program and are the ones who nurture the students who participate in this program. You are their heroes, but you are our heroes as well. In addition to the wonderful students who are participating from the Virgin Islands, we have students who are participating internationally. And I just want to mention a few of the places that we have connections with. There are students here from South Africa, the Philippines, the DC International School. We also have students in Florida who are part of the Palm Beach School and the Naples Classic Academy. Our deep gratitude to have this international diversity of students participating in the same program. As Virgin Islanders, we are always proud when individuals go off and do great things and then come back and share their knowledge and insights with us. There are two individuals who are part of our family, but part of the Nassau family, Ms. Fullwood and Dr. King. They are participants and will be sharing information with the students, and they are a shining example that the Virgin Islands produces excellence. And we are glad when that excellence comes back and shares with us. Um, I also want to thank the Montessori School and International Academy. They were the ones who launched this initiative back in 2013, and the University of the Virgin Islands is so thankful for their leadership, but we are glad that we have been able to take this over and to move it to even greater heights with the leadership of Christina Chans and David Morris and others who participate in our physics program. And one of the things I hope you understand, especially to students who are considering pursuing higher education, and I hope all of you are, that the University of the Virgin Islands has an outstanding physics program. We were attracting students for a number of years through our applied mathematics program and our engineering partnership with numerous institutions around the nation. We still have that program in existence. However, a number of years ago, we were able to develop a bachelor's degree in physics and have a focus on astronomy, a focus on engineering concentration, and that has attracted many students to us. And what I am proud of is that in just 4 years, we have been able to graduate 14 students with that degree, that is the BS in physics. Many of those students are now pursuing a PhD in physics. Some of them are in the workforce, doing great things as well. So that is another example of how the university is able to attract students from around the world, cultivate them in a very special field, and finally able to contribute to NASA. One of the reasons we wanted to have this program was so that we could be a supply chain for the talent that NASA and other federal agencies and private agencies need in the workplace. And so finally, I just want to say to all of the students gathered that we would love to have you consider us as an institution for you to pursue your educational dreams. And especially to those who are in very cold climates, it would be wonderful to pursue your degree at a place where the temperature is always in the 80s, where there's a beach right on your campus, and where you can enjoy studying and having a wonderful time year round. And for those of you who are Virgin Islanders, please remember that we are one of the few institutions in the nation that offers free tuition, and that is complete coverage of all of your costs. And it is the way in which the government and the university are saying to you that we are investing in your future because we want you to invest in our future. So, thank you all for participating in this exciting program. Again, I want to thank NASA for its investment in the future of this nation because all of you, no matter what you think you want to do in the future, you are our best weapons for moving science forward, moving technology forward, and moving this nation and world forward. So, welcome again to the program, and I hope you have a wonderful and exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning to share with us your insights about this long-term partnership. As we get started this morning, I would like to share with you a science communication and tourism video that junior high school youth at the Adelita Cancren Junior High School, currently Lockhart K through 8, created for this event. It's from last year. Like to give a special shout out to Dr. Molinar, who is now at the University of the Philippines, but was a teacher here for many years and helped create this video, along with the science coordinator, Miss Cecile Penn, at Lockhart K8, formerly Cancren.
Hi, I'm Kavesha Stalin, an 8th year student, and I'm your future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist. We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cancren Junior High School. Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands on an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consists of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte-Amalie on the island of St. Thomas. Previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark Norway from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands. and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe and
Resources at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MTT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impacts of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many in the USVI actually collect rainwater from home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much like they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
And we are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penn and Dr. Molinar for that, and the students at Cancron, currently Lockhart K through 8. As we get ready to take this journey with NASA this morning, I want all of our cold weather state guests to be reminded it's beautiful, sunny, 85, and the water is turquoise blue. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to my colleague from NASA, Miss Megan. Miss Megan, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We're so excited to be talking to you all about what we do at NASA. I will go ahead and just bring up some charts here to share with you all. All right. So my name is Megan Epperly. I work for Exploration Ground Systems for NASA at Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for EGS. So a little bit about my background. I am from Virginia, and like Christina and Dr. Hall said, I can't handle the cold weather anymore. So that's how I ended up in Florida. I've been here for about 5 years. I got my bachelor's degree in communication studies back in Virginia at Radford University. And then I was working in marketing after I got that degree for several years. And then during the pandemic, I decided to pursue my master's degree in education. And after I finished that up is how I made my way to NASA. So I did not come the traditional route of internship to hire to all of that. I came in away from a different field. Then a little bit about me outside of work, because that's important as well. I love to cook. I'm really trying to hone in my baking skills right now. You can see a little bit of my projects there on the right. And also, my husband and I love to travel. We are trying to see every U.S. national park. We're currently at 13, still have quite a few to go, but we're making some progress there. And just to point out a couple of pictures here on the left, you can see me. I look pretty small in that giant building, which is our vehicle assembly building, which is here at Kennedy Space Center, one of our most iconic buildings. Then also next to that picture is a picture of me with my son when he was 6 months old. He's now about a year. And that was when he was able to go on an outreach trip with me, similar to this, but in person, to Puerto Rico. So that was his first time flying and hearing all about NASA. But that's enough about me for now. If anybody on the call has questions during this presentation, if you're watching on the Facebook Live or YouTube link or this Teams link, make sure you put those in the chat box and we'll try and answer those at the end. But today I'm going to have a speaker join us, Hunter Goodnow, who will be on the call in just a moment. And he is our business management integrator and analyst for EGS. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about his story of how he made it to NASA. And we're going to talk about the Artemis program and just how we are working to get us back on the moon. So I will go ahead and pass it to Hunter. And we are ready to go.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. If you want to bring up the next slide. I'm really happy to be here. Like Megan said, I do work at Kennedy Space Center as well. In the EGS, I am the business management integrator and analyst. Really what that means, just like building a house, you have a budget that you need to spend. You have a schedule as well, and you have a bunch of different people doing a bunch of different things at different times, a plumber, an electrician, a roofer, and sometimes the schedules don't align to what you thought they were going to be, and things cost a different amount of money than you thought they were going to be, and sometimes they don't talk to each other. So it's very important for an integrator to kind of understand everything from a big picture and make sure that we don't have the plumber and the electrician in the room at the same time. If the electrician costs less, we want to make sure that that money can go somewhere else. And obviously, building and launching rockets is a little bit more complicated than building a house. So we have a team that keeps an eye on all of that and makes sure that that everything goes smoothly. I went to the University of Central Florida as well. Go Knights. I have a degree, a bachelor's degree in economics, and I have a minor in sociology. If you look at the pictures to the left, what's really funny, me and Megan did not plan this, but the first photo I have is me also in the vehicle assembly building. That photo was taken on my first week as an intern almost 6 years ago. I love this photo because it not only shows the size of the VAB itself, but it also shows the size of people's potentials when they come here. And I always look at that photo, and what I see is all of the things that any of us who come here, what we're capable of, and how NASA does challenge us and brings out the best of us. The photo to the right, which was taken last year, is me sitting on a panel at MegaCon talking about Artemis and my job and what we do here. So it's a great little juxtaposition between my first day and then me telling other people to become interns and come work for us. So I just love seeing those two pictures together and how far I've come. Before NASA, I was actually doing eight years in retail management. And I didn't actually get my high school diploma. I got a high school GED when I was 26 years old. I can go a little bit further into my career a little later in the presentation, but just like Megan, I definitely did not have a traditional route to end up at NASA. And I worked in an Italian restaurant all through college to pay for college. And so again, me and Megan did not plan this, but I'm also very into cooking. And those pictures below, the middle one, you see me making homemade pasta. The picture to the left is me and my wife, who is a teacher. So shout out to all the teachers out there. You guys are really the heroes of our country, and you really shape our future more than anybody else. And I'm a proud cat dad, and so that is my cat to the right, and he is very photogenic and loves to pose for pictures. When I'm not at work, like I mentioned, I'm a home chef and a bread baker. I bought a house last year, so fixing houses is definitely something that I am learning as I go, and I think of it as a YouTube university, as I learn everything on YouTube and learn as I go. I'm a huge gamer, so I love video games, tabletop games, board games. I don't get as much time to do it as I used to because I'm so busy. But I definitely still like playing video games here and there. Shout out to all my PS5 players. And I like going to concerts. So I like indie bands and minor flex, but I did go to the Taylor Swift Eras tour and saw her live last year. So that's just a little bit about me, and I'll go a little bit further into my journey of how I got to NASA later in the presentation. So I'm here today to talk to you about Artemis. Exploration Ground Systems is part of a 3-program, we call it the TRI program, and which is all called the Artemis program. EGS is in charge of launching, stacking, launching, and recovering the spacecraft for the Artemis program. But what do we actually do? What is Artemis? So it's called Artemis because Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo and the goddess of the moon in Greek mythology. We named it Artemis because Apollo was the original space program back in the 60s and into the early 70s. So we thought that this would be a really great way to kind of show, recognize the past and where we've been, and then also keep an eye on the future and where we're going. You know, this next era of human exploration, we're going to discover life-saving, earth-changing science and technology along the way. And we'll get into why we want to go back to the moon further in the presentation. You know, one of our big goals and one of the goals of NASA as a whole is absolutely, you know, diversity, inclusion, and we really want to make sure that we have the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. We want to make that history. We want to make sure that we are diverse, because we are a very diverse nation, and we want to inspire everybody, regardless of what you look like or where you come from, that you are a part of history as well, and you can do it as much as anybody else. And you know, we will land astronauts back on the moon on the lunar surface, and then from there we are going to go even forward, and Mars really is the goal long term. I think we have a short video here to
going. The history of this agency is marked with broken barriers, once viewed as impossible, with science fiction turned reality, with innovations that have spun industries all their own, and with demonstrations of peace for all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet. We maintain a human presence just outside of gravity, and we touch points all across the solar system and beyond. We're going back to the moon, and this is why.
The moon is a treasure trove of science. It holds opportunities for us to make discoveries about our home planet, about our sun, and about our solar system.
The wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from the moon will inspire a new generation of thought and action.
Without fail, every major program and mission NASA has invested in has led to technologies and capabilities that have shaped our culture.
The breakthroughs of the Artemis era will define our generation and the generations to follow.
The tens of thousands of jobs associated with propelling us to the moon today are just the beginning of a lunar economy that will see hundreds of thousands of new jobs develop around the world.
This is not an ambition of one entity or one country. The exploration of the moon is a shared effort,
woven together by a desire for the greater good.
Why the moon? Because the missions of tomorrow will be sparked by the accomplishments of the Artemis generation today.
Because the ambition to go has already begun.
And because Mars is calling. We need to learn what it takes to establish a community on another cosmic shore. So let's get close before pushing out.
And so, We go to the moon now not as a series of isolated missions, but to build a community on and around the moon capable of proving how to live on other worlds.
Man, those videos are so cool. Every single one of them. So I'm not going to say everything the video just said, but I definitely want to talk about why the moon. You know what I mean? I think we went before, and like the video said, they were isolated missions, and right now the moon is kind of playing two different roles that we want to use. Is one is we really want to go to Mars, and Mars is a lot further away than the moon is, and if we want to send people, we can't just Amazon Prime them more food or more water. You know, it doesn't work like that. So we have to make sure that we can prove that we can have astronauts be fully self-sustainable on their trip to Mars and their return home. And one of the ways we can do that is use the moon as a testing ground to figure out ways to grow grow food, to be able to isolate ice and get it into water, and prove that that's possible. You know, the other thing that we want to go to the moon for is because of the science. We want to make sure that that the stuff that we can learn on the moon, we can use to help Earth as well. I know in that first video for the Virgin Islands, you know, there's a lot of different you know, natural issues that we want to solve, and NASA and the science, we figure out ways to help Earth by studying space. You know, we are going to create new jobs. We're going to, you know, they mentioned over 100,000 new jobs that we can create through these science missions, you know, and that's super, super important. And it's the younger generations that are going to be filling those jobs. You know, and I think that one of the most important things, and this is more in humanity, is we want to explore. It's ingrained in us to explore. We've explored Earth, and we always want to go further and explore more and go and see what else is out there. So I think, you know, just wanting to go out and see how far we can go is something that we will always do. And the moon is that next step onto Mars, and then beyond. It's super, super exciting, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. So how do we get there, right? That's the big question. How do we get there? So we get there through the Artemis program, and the Artemis program, like I mentioned, makes up 3 different programs. One of them is going to be the SLS. So the SLS is a rocket. It is the only exploration class vehicle capable of sending humans to deep space, you know, and along with the large systems necessary to live and work in deep space. It's the most powerful human-rated rocket. It's the most powerful rocket that can carry the human-rated system to launch to the moon. It stands 322 feet tall. It weighs over 5.75 million pounds with 8.8 million pounds of thrust. And this is only the first stage. We will have bigger rockets in the future. It's very, very exciting. We launched the first one already, and we'll go into that a little further in the presentation, and it was absolutely amazing. You know, this rocket is also designed to allow for flexibility. We can carry equipment, we can carry astronauts, we can carry a combination of the two. We can bring a lot of stuff up into space all at once. And not only will we be doing the standard moon missions, and we will also be adding secondary payload capabilities. We have things called CubeSats, or really tiny little satellites and little things that will be able to study other types of science and deep space. So we're able to do a whole lot within one launch, and that's because of how powerful and how incredible this rocket is. So what makes up this amazing rocket? So we have the boosters. We have they're called the solid rocket boosters. We use them during the shuttle era, but these are bigger and more powerful. And they provide more than 75% of the total SLS thrust in for 2 minutes at launch. When these things light and go, it is absolutely incredible. Under the core stage, we have our engines. So we have RS-25 engines that create 500 pounds of thrust in 8 minutes. And then the most important part, as you see here, is obviously the core stage. Core stage holds our hydrogen and our oxygen, which together create our propellant that is our fuel that helps us ignite and go. Now, in order to put the Orion capsule, which is where we put the astronauts on top of this, we have adapters and an upper stage. So the upper stage is propulsion once the Orion separates, as well as the adapter that basically allows the Orion capsule to talk to the rest of the rocket. And those four kind of elements make up the SLS rocket. Okay, Orion, look at that beautiful picture. Orion is where we will be putting our astronauts. It is our human-rated spacecraft. And it is the thing that they will go in and go around the moon and come back and splash down. What's really amazing about this Orion capsule is it's the only U.S. human-rated spacecraft currently that can go into deep space. It'll hold the crew. It's made up of a few different areas. We have our spacecraft adapter, which we already mentioned. We have the service module, which is we had create with the help of the European the European Space Agency. We have our crew module where we're actually going to put the astronauts, and in my opinion, one of the most important things, because NASA is their number one thing is safety, is the launch abort system. If you think about when you launch a rocket, once it starts, it's not stopping. So if there is, for any reason, we need to get the astronauts away from the rocket, what this launch abort system does is it itself is a tiny little rocket, and it will basically grab the capsule and launch off and make sure that those astronauts come to safety. The Orion heat shield is extremely important, especially again to keep our astronauts safe. The heat shield is underneath it's the bottom of the Orion capsule, and it can withstand temperatures of about 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The reason why those temperatures are important is when the Orion capsule comes back down into the Earth's atmosphere, the friction through the atmosphere creates that type of heat, and we want to make sure that the astronauts are protected. When the Orion capsule comes down, it actually goes faster than a bullet. It's going so fast, and we want to make sure that we can protect our astronauts. You can go to the next slide. Okay, now we're good. So this was Artemis 1. I can talk forever about Artemis 1, but I will not. Do we have a video here or no?
Not wanting to work, so we'll just move on.
Totally fine. So Artemis 1 launched on November 16th, 2022 at 1:47 a.m. I was there at 1:47 a.m. It was the highlight of my career so far. I was as close as you could possibly get without being in danger. It was a culmination of so much hard work over so many years. The Artemis 1 was the first launch of our Artemis program, so we were needing to make sure and test that everything that we thought would worked. It all did. This mission went. It was a 25-day mission. It went to the moon. It rotated around the moon. Did like it kind of. I think we have a little diagram, but there we go, perfect. So it went around. It used the Earth as a slingshot, and then it launched all the way out to the moon. What's really amazing about this mission is it is the furthest that we have ever sent a human-rated spacecraft into space. Although there was no astronauts on this mission, it was the furthest that, theoretically, that we could have sent a human. This went further than any Apollo mission. And so some of the photos that we took from the far side of the moon were the furthest we have ever been, or have potential to put a human. Absolutely amazing. It splashed down safely on December 11th, 2022. I remember when I saw the launch, it was nighttime, obviously, because it was 1:47 a.m. and it turned night to day. The entire area lit up, and if you woke up and right at that moment, you would have thought that it was daytime. You thought it was noon. It was so amazing. It was the rocket was so powerful. And I've seen rockets launch all the time, and I've never seen anything launch like SLS. It was absolutely incredible. And this is a selfie that I'm pretty sure we even put it on our Instagram. But this is a selfie of the Orion taking a picture of itself with the moon behind it. This was taken on December 5th. And it was on the 20th day of the Artemis mission, and this camera was on the tip of one of the Orion solar arrays. If you see this little black thing going off, that's called a solar array. And at its closest point, the Orion was able to fly only 80 miles off the lunar surface. So it got really close, but then it also got really, really far away. And now this is just a little video of the splashdown. So when it returned, it was able to splash down. It splashes down in the Pacific Ocean, and this was after 25.5 days with the mission to the moon. It was recovered by our landing and recovery team, along with the U.S. Navy and the Department of Defense partners, and they partnered aboard the USS Portland. What's amazing is it's a ship that actually goes and kind of, there's an area where the Orion actually kind of is in the water still, and it goes up kind of into the ship, and then the ship then lifts it up. It took a lot of coordination, and on Artemis 2 there will be humans on there. So like I said before, we want to make sure that we test everything and make sure that they're safe for our crew. So going forward, Artemis 2, right? So we looked at what we've already done. Let's look about what we're going to do in the future. So the Artemis 2 will have a crew. It's the crew is going to go to the moon. They're not going to land on this one, but what we want to do is we want to make sure that this mission, we want to confirm that the spacecraft systems operate as designed in the actual environment of deep space with a crew on board. So it's the first mission with a crew that will mark a significant step towards NASA's plan to return humans to the moon, which will be Artemis 3, and go into long-term exploration with future missions. So this is really the first step to get to Mars, is by saying we can put humans back to the moon. Some of the objectives that we're going to want to do while we do this this mission, we want to make sure that we want to make sure that the Orion capsule can all the stuff on the Orion capsule work with the crew, that the crew is familiar with the capsule itself. It's going to be the mission is a flexible length. It's going to allow NASA to gather valuable imagery data during the daylight of the launch, the landing and recovery phases. It's going to take a minimum of 8 days to complete the mission, and pending the analysis, we'd extend it up to 21 days to complete additional test flight objectives. And it's going to be the furthest that we have ever sent humans into space, which is, so when you see Artemis 2, you'll be seeing another milestone in NASA's history and in America's history. And I think we have a video.
When I was young, I had a poster of the Earthrise picture, the famous picture that was taken on Apollo 8. And the fact that it was a human behind the lens that made that picture so profound and changed how we all thought of our own home was so amazing to me. The moon is not just a symbol of thinking about our place in the universe. It's not just a symbol of exploration. It's actually a beacon for science. It's a beacon for understanding where we came from.
You know, pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. It's a part of being a human. That's our nature. we go out there and we explore to learn about where we are, why we are, understanding the big questions about our place in the universe. The exploration we're doing is the first few steps on the path of getting humans to Mars.
The Artemis campaign of missions has set such an ambitious goal for humanity that it's inspiring contributions from around the globe. Not just one nation is inspired and moved by this, but nations from around the globe are coming together. When I look at the Artemis II crew with Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they want to go do this mission. They are keenly driven. They are humble to a fault. It is so cool to be around them. Artemis II is a huge mission, but I hope we will look back and realize that this was one tiny step in humans on Mars and a sustained presence on our Moon. Artemis II will be NASA's first crewed flight test of the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft around the Moon.
To verify today's capabilities for humans to explore deep space
And pave the way for NASA's long-term human and scientific presence on the lunar surface.
we are ready.
We are going
To the Moon.
for all humanity.
We are Artemis.
So that is our Artemis II crew. I really want to make a note that this crew and the crew of Artemis III and beyond are going to be names and faces that all of you are going to be teaching your children in the history books as we study space in the future. The same way that you would learn about the Apollo missions and Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Mike Collins. These names are going to be household. These are in my opinion, the heroes of NASA, the heroes of the country, as they are the true brave people that are going to take our next step as a nation and as a planet and explore the next frontier, which really is space. They're extremely humble people, and we have photos of them everywhere where we work as a reminder to make sure that we do everything in our power to keep everything safe and make sure we test everything perfectly, and that we that we make sure that we get them to the moon and back safely. Amazing people, amazing crew, and I couldn't be prouder to be really working for them. So Artemis III is going to be where we will land on the moon. It's going to happen at the end of 2026. It is going to be the first woman and the first person of color to land on the moon, which in my opinion is extremely important as a nation. It's going to be our proving ground to see what we can do on the moon. We're going to be landing near the South Pole, though we don't know where exactly, because depending on the timing and the trajectory, we don't know the exact spot, but we know the area. We will be performing a lot of science missions while we're there. And that's going to be a historical event. I have no doubt it's going to be one of the most viewed events of the millennium, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. We will be working with commercial partners with our human landing system to send some of our landing gear there early, and then send our astronauts there a few weeks later. So we need to have a lot of great coordination with our commercial partners like SpaceX and Blue Origin, and we work really well with them. And this is really the first giant milestone when I think about where humans are going, and what we're all really working towards. And I would say this is really the thing that I picture the moment that we see all of this happen and the first person land back on the moon. And they're sure they're going to have words to say, and we're going to quote those as much as we currently quote what Neil Armstrong said when he landed on the moon as well. So super, super, super excited for this. And this will be the last mission that we use what we call our Block 1 configuration, which is our smallest of our configurations for SLS. And then we move on to Artemis 4. So the big difference between Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 is Artemis 4 will be the first mission on what we call a Block 1B configuration. So it's going to be able to have more thrust, more power, and be able to carry more. The reason why we need to carry more is this is going to be the first step to build our gateway. Gateway is going to be something, what I'm about to say is going to sound like science fiction, and it's not. We are going to be building a space station that goes around the moon that is going to be a place that we can dock and then go up and down from the moon as we need to, opposed to just going, landing, and launching back. And it's going to be there to stay. You know, one of our big taglines is that we're going to the moon again, but this time to stay. And Artemis 4 is going to be the real first step in that direction as a place where we can have astronauts stay, study the moon, and stay there. While we conduct our science mission, similar to the International Space Station that we have now. Very, very exciting stuff and very difficult. We are already working on all of these missions now, and we talk about them every day.
We need you, all of you, to go for everyone.
Where no one has gone before, to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
Unlock your potential side by side, interns, civil servants, and contractors.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged for your personal growth and for the success of the Artemis mission.
Your talents,
your skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible.
Splashdown.
Begin your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
I love that video. I know the people that are in that video. So I think one of the most important things that I want everybody to take away from today, I have two really important points. The first one is, although the people that are working at NASA today are starting the Artemis mission and paving the way, the younger generations, those in high school, those in elementary school, you are going to be the ones that are going to be handed the torch and turn the Artemis program that we started today into something even more amazing. You are going to be the ones that are going to see Mars. You're going to be the ones that are going to work on the missions that will put us further and further into the universe and make real history. All we're doing is paving the way for you guys to take it over. The other thing I really want to make sure that you take away with is that you can work at NASA. You can. Everything that you think about when you think about what it takes to work at NASA, I want you to throw that away. And maybe some of your parents are not going to agree with that. Throw that away. I promise you that you can. We need so many types of skills. Of course, we need engineers. You know, you can see all these different types of extremely smart people, and I actually work with some of them, extremely talented, and we need all of that. We absolutely need all of these different jobs, but these aren't the only jobs that we need. Of course, these are STEM jobs, right? We have launch engineers, you know, we have mechanical technicians, software developers. So if you follow any of these STEM degrees, you will definitely find a place among these roles and other roles that you can do. But there's other things that you can do out here. And I think the next slide, perfect. So not only do we have our engineers, we have graphic designers, we have robotics designers, we have geologists, we have social media, we have people who do social media, we have graphic designers, we have marketing, we have astronaut trainers. I mean, I got a degree in economics. So we have an entire business department. We have people who look at schedules, teachers. We love teachers. They are so good at so many things. And they take all of those skills and they make it so much better here because they're so good. Yes. I also want to make sure that you all hear a very quick story of mine. I mentioned in the beginning that I got my high school diploma at 26. I failed out of high school. And I definitely didn't think that I could work at NASA. And one day I turned around and I said, I want to do more with my life. And I got my GED, which is a test that you can take if you failed out of high school. I wasn't a bad student. I just didn't do any homework. I didn't do a single piece of homework my entire senior year. And that's not me condoning not doing homework. Do your homework. It would have made my life a lot easier. But I decided to change my life around, and I got a GED. I then went on to go to a community college. I still had no NASA. Might as well be the president of the United States at that point to me. I got straight A's in my community college, and so I asked myself what was next. And so I went on and I got a economics degree at the University of Central Florida, and I applied to an internship. I didn't even know what I was really applying to, but I applied to a million internships. NASA was one of them, and I tell you what, NASA was probably the one that I had no chance of getting, and I got it. And from there, my career just took off. And I often ask myself, what changed? What did I do differently? The colleges weren't accepting more people, so it wasn't that. If anything, they were getting more competitive, and they were getting more expensive. But what changed to me, and I think that there's some skills that I want to make sure that all of you know are the core skills that all of NASA has, is I took accountability of myself. I took accountability for where I was in life, and I owned everything that I did. If I didn't do something, if I failed, if I didn't succeed, it was because of me, and I was not playing the blame game and telling anybody else that it was their fault. It was my fault I did not graduate high school on time, and it was also my fault for getting straight A's and putting in the work. If you want to get anywhere in life, I promise you that you need to make sure that you look inward and ask yourself, what am I doing right or wrong? And you're the only one that's going to be able to change it. The second thing that I realized was that you have to work as a team. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how many solutions you can solve. If you can't work as a team with others, you will not go far. At NASA, we definitely look for team players as one of the #1 things. We never want to have a person in our group that you don't want to work with. And our problems are very complex, and they take more than one brain to solve, and having different point of views and all collectively talking about things is definitely something that we strive to do. And we would not get as far as we have, and Artemis missions would not be possible if we didn't know how to work as a team player. And the third thing is learn how to communicate. It doesn't matter if you have the solution. If you can't explain it to others, if you can't get other people on board, it doesn't matter. In my role now, I work the hardest in learning how to communicate my thoughts and ideas to others. I think if you can work on those 3 core things, accountability, being a team player, and learning how to communicate clearly, it doesn't matter if you were the top of your class. It doesn't matter if you went to the perfect college. NASA does not hire based off of your stats. It hires the person, and I guarantee you that almost everybody at NASA has a path that was not the path you think you're supposed to take to get here. We all have a very, very unique path, and NASA wants that. NASA wants to see your uniqueness, because we need all types of people and brains to solve our mission, and we all work towards the same mission. So that's my little story. That's my little pitch. It is possible for you to work here. When you get to the age that you want to work, go to nasa.gov/careers or intern.nasa.gov, and I'm sure there's contact information that we'll provide, and you can reach out, and we will help you get there. Speaking of people who have made it and are making NASA a better place, these are 2 right here. So the first person we have on the left is Dr. King, senior researcher, Langler Research Center, graduated from Ivana Edora Keene High School, class of 1983. And we also have Simone Fullwood, senior systems engineer, raised in St. Thomas, attended Adelita Crane Junior High School. So, it doesn't matter where you came from or what you did. We want everybody. And I promise you that you'll be able to make a difference as well. And we're so happy to have these people on our team. Absolutely. Right? Exploration is a team sport. And as a team, we work together and we make it happen. Every day I have to remind myself that, hey, you work at NASA, and what you're doing is history. And you sometimes lose sight of it, and doing things like this and talking to everybody reminds me of how amazing it is. And all of you can do it. If I can do it, everybody can. I promise you. I think we have one more video, and then I'll take a few questions.
Hello, I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California and then earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education, both as a student and a teacher. My education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, it was like going right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft, we learn to speak Russian, and we train in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and twice on the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, so the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. On November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar orbit in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's Deep Space Exploration Systems, the Orion spacecraft, Space Launch System rocket, and the ground systems at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Up next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know it. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders, and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard a space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
That's so amazing. And everything he said is absolutely true. I'm going to answer a few questions. I know we're kind of running low on time, but I want to answer a few questions here as I go, so I'll answer what I can. The question was, what does Earth look like during a hurricane? So what's Earth look like when there's a hurricane, and can they see it? Astronauts can absolutely see hurricanes from space. It's just like if you were to see it on the Weather Channel, where it's this big spiral, and you really do see it perfectly from space. The bigger the hurricane, unfortunately, the bigger the hurricane, but you can definitely see it from space. What will geologists find in space? Will they have a lab or just collect moon rocks? A mixture of both for sure. We will definitely collect samples from the moon and bring it back to study, but once we have our gateway space station on the moon, we do expect to be able to do some studying and some science there as well. So we want to bring, instead of bringing the goal is, instead of bringing the rocks to the lab, we want to bring the lab to the rocks. And definitely study that. How do you set the rockets on the crawler? Great question. So we have what's called the vehicle assembly building. So when we get the rockets, I'm assuming when you ask for the rocket, you mean the solid rocket boosters. The solid rocket boosters, the white ones on the side, they come on trains. And the trains, they come sideways, and they come through what we call our rotation processing and search facility. They are then rotated and stacked inside that facility, and then they're brought over to the vehicle assembly building, which is really, really, really tall. You can fit a Statue of Liberty right inside of it, roll it right on through, largest doors in the world. And then we stack them there, and then the crawler comes right underneath it and picks everything up and carries it out to the pad. It's absolutely incredible. Where are the lightning rods that keep the rocket safe when on the launch pad, and how far? I'm glad somebody's thinking about safety. I appreciate that question. We have 3 lightning towers. They are out on the pad. They are absolutely taller. I want to say 600 feet, maybe taller than that. And there's 3 of them, and they're actually right there in my background picture.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, if you can go to mine, I have a pretty good view in my background too.
There you go. So there they are. And they are definitely further away than they look. You can fit multiple football fields inside of the perimeter of all 3 of them. And they definitely do protect the rocket from lightning. And lightning has struck the towers during storms because it's very stormy here in Florida sometimes. So they definitely work. How far is the rocket from everyone in the Space Center? It depends on where we are in the Space Center. So when the rocket is out on the pad, the launch center, where the people inside are going to say 3, 2, 1, launch, that is about 3.5 miles away. The reason why it's so far away is because the sound is very dangerous. So we want to make sure that we are safe enough from the sound that we won't break any windows or anybody will get hurt. And then from there, I would say where I work is about 4.5 miles away from the pad. When we stack the rocket in the vehicle assembly building, it is much closer because I work right next to it. So there are times when the rocket, although it's not filled and ready to launch, sometimes the rocket is very, very close. And for the ones that work on that rocket, they are touching it. So it can be very close or very far away depending on where you work. Do you get to see the rockets launch every day? So yes, so if I'm working, there can be launches. SpaceX launches a lot of smaller rockets, often, and if we're working, we will all go down and stand and watch and see them launch. And we also have the ability to come out during nighttime or on days that we're not working and watch launches as well. And sometimes we get passes to not only bring ourselves, but bring our families out to watch a launch. I know during the Artemis 1 launch, we were able to bring our families and we were able to all celebrate all the hard work that we put together, because the families of all of us out here are equally a part of these missions as we are. We work long hours sometimes, and the support that our families give us and the support that my wife gives me when I talk her ear off about all the stuff that we're doing and she has no idea what I'm talking about, I view them as part of the mission as much as we are, and so I want to make sure that they can see the launch as well. Does NASA hire people without degrees if you do not want to go to college? Absolutely. Like I said before, we do hire all walks of life, all skill sets, and vocational and technology certs or military. We definitely hire military. They definitely have a place here, and the knowledge that they have and the skills that they have are very, very valuable to us. So it just depends on the requirements of the position, but your degree and your GPA, although it is important, is only one factor that we look at when we hire people. We definitely, like I said, we hire the person, not just what's on your Dungeons and Dragons character sheet, right? What's on your statistics, what's on your baseball card. We don't just hire off of the statistics. Do you play games in space or get phone calls from your family? I don't think they're getting phone calls from their family the way that you would text somebody if they're out and about. We do have a very sophisticated communication system, so we are able to talk to the astronauts while they are on a mission. It's very, very important to be able to do that. I wouldn't say they play games because they're working on the mission and they have to be alert at all times. But they definitely, I'm sure if they need to talk to their family, we will provide a way for them to do it as long as it doesn't interfere with the mission. How do you communicate with NASA on the ground and how often? We try to communicate all the time. To make sure that we can communicate, and communication isn't just voice. We want to make sure that we're tracking the rockets, tracking everything. We have all these different sensors that track every piece of the rocket and the measurements of everything all of the time. What's the best degrees to become an astronaut? I would definitely stress anything in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and math. That usually requires not only a science degree, but also experience in either the military or some sort of aeronautics as well, because it is a spacecraft and you're flying it. So, there is a level of understanding that you probably need to have there as well. But I would say a bigger answer to that question is I challenge all of you to study what you have a passion in. I think that a lot of people view working here and becoming an astronaut as what boxes do I have to check to get there? And of course, it's true that there's probably boxes that you have to check, but you are better off finding what makes you tick, finding what you love, and pursuing that, because that's what you're going to be the best at. And that's what you're going to love doing every single day. And we want people who love what they do every single day. I love what I do every single day. So I guess that's my answer to that.
All right, Hunter, thank you so much. We could just answer questions.
I know.
They are so good. So these great questions coming in. We do have another session that we are doing shortly, so we have to get prepared for that. But I want to thank you, Hunter, for sharing all of your insight. We love to hear everybody's unique story on how we got to NASA. And Christina, if there's anything you want to close out with, I'll pass it to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. On behalf of Dr. David Hall and the University of the Virgin Islands, all of the students, faculty, and staff here on the beautiful island of St. Thomas and in our territory, we thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you next time. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. Thanks for joining us this morning at the annual UVI NASA Outreach event. My name is Christina Chanas, and I'm with the University of the Virgin Islands College of Science and Math. And every year we host this wonderful event. We've done so for many, many years. And it's very exciting to have you, to our colleagues and students from Puerto Rico. Welcome. We're excited to have you. As we get started, we'd like to have a welcome from Dr. David Hall, the university president. Dr. Hall?
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always
Hang on, guys. We had a little technical difficulty. We'll be right with you. Welcome to the age of technology. For all you future scientists, you can help us figure out how to get background and echoey reverberation out of our systems. That is innovation. Okay.
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always exciting to be able to welcome our NASA partners. They have partnered with the university for so many years, and it has really made a difference. This program in particular is one that is very special. And so I want to welcome all of the students who are participating either in person or participating online. I also want to have a special shout out to our teachers who are participating in this program and are the ones who nurture the students who participate in this program. You are their heroes, but you are our heroes as well. In addition to the wonderful students who are participating from the Virgin Islands, we have students who are participating internationally. And I just want to mention a few of the places that we have connections with. There are students here from South Africa, the Philippines, the DC International School. We also have students in Florida who are part of the Palm Beach School and the Naples Classic Academy. Our deep gratitude to have this international diversity of students participating in the same program. As Virgin Islanders, we are always proud when individuals go off and do great things and then come back and share their knowledge and insights with us. There are two individuals who are part of our family, but part of the Nassau family, Ms. Fullwood and Dr. King. They are participants and will be sharing information with the students, and they are a shining example that the Virgin Islands produces excellence, and we are glad when that excellence comes back and shares with us. I also want to thank the Montessori School and International Academy. They were the ones who launched this initiative back in 2013, and the University of the Virgin Islands is so thankful for their leadership, but we are glad that we have been able to take this over and to move it to even greater heights with the leadership of Christina Chans and David Morris and others who participate in our physics program. And one of the things I hope you understand, especially to students who are considering pursuing higher education, and I hope all of you are, that the University of the Virgin Islands has an outstanding physics program. We were attracting students for a number of years through our applied mathematics program and our engineering partnership with numerous institutions around the nation. We still have that program in existence. However, a number of years ago, we were able to develop a bachelor's degree in physics, and the year round. And for those of you who are Virgin Islanders, please remember that we are one of the few institutions in the nation that offers free tuition, and that is complete coverage of all of your costs. And it is the way in which the government and the university are saying to you that we are investing in your future because we want you to invest in our future. So thank you all for participating in this exciting program. Again, I want to thank NASA for its investment in the future of this nation, because all of you, no matter what you think you want to do in the future, you are our best weapons for moving science forward, moving technology forward, and moving this nation and world forward. So welcome again to the program, and I hope you have a wonderful and exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Right now, I'd like to introduce some students from the former Cancrine Junior High School, which is now Lockhart K-8, and we'd like to share with you a quick science communication video. And it's also a tourism video, but it'll share with you, those of you in the continental U.S., as well as our international guests, a little bit about our island and our territory.
Hi, I'm Kanai Salu, an 8th grade student, and I'm a future astrophysicist.
Hang on, guys. Just want to give a shout out. Miss Perkins, thank you for being on this morning. Big up to her class for getting in and getting online. Mr. Tahora's over at Ivana Eudora Ken. Good morning, good morning, good morning. For our students at Puerto Rico Homeschool group outside of Aguadillo, thank you so much for joining. Hang on with us for one more second and we'll get the video rolling.
Hi, I'm Kanai Salu, an 8th grade student, and I'm a future astrophysicist. Hi, I'm Kaylee Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm your future physicist. We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cancun Junior High School. Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consist of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte Amalie on the island of St. Thomas. Previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark Norway from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island. In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe and
Researchers at local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MTT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many in the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much as they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled, which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty. Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community. To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us. We are the UVI Water Ambassadors. And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penn and Dr. Molinar. Really appreciate that from the Adelita Cancun former school, currently Lockhart K through 8. Big up to Central. Big up to Complex. Got him confused. Miss Perkins is on from Central, and we have students on from Complex and across the nation, but Miss Megan from NASA, who's going to take it away and introduce our guest.
Thank you so much, Christina. My name is Megan Epperly, and I work with Exploration Ground Systems. Program at NASA here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're so excited to be here today, chatting with you all, telling you all about what we do here at NASA. I am going to bring up my charts here really quickly. Here we go. All right. So a little bit about myself. Like I said, my name is Megan Epperly. I am the Education and Outreach Coordinator for Exploration Ground Systems. I'm originally from Virginia, but like Dr. Hall said in the beginning, I don't like that climate anymore. I can't handle it. I need it to be somewhere way more tropical. So I've been down here in Florida for about 5 years. When I was in Virginia, I got my bachelor's degree in communication studies from Radford University, which was great. With that degree, I went into marketing, mostly in the hospitality industry, working marketing for fine dining and things like that. Then, after moving to Florida and when the pandemic hit, I decided to go back to school to pursue my master's degree in education. And then with that, that's how I made my transition over to NASA in the role that I'm doing now. So when I'm not at work, I love to do things like cook, really trying to hone in all of my baking skills right now. I also love to travel with my husband and son. We have the goal to visit every U.S. national park. We are at 13, still got a little bit to go. I want to just point out a couple pictures that I have. Exploration Ground Systems as a business management integrator and analyst, and he's going to be talking with you today all about the Artemis campaign and how we are getting our humans back to the moon. All right, and you can take it away, Hunter.
Thanks so much, Megan. Like she said, hi, my name's Hunter Goodnow. I am a business management and integrator and analyst at EGS, stands for Exploration Ground Systems. Exploration a large budget and you have little budgets inside of those, such as your electrician, your plumber, your roofer, your painting, anything like that. And as we all know, sometimes your budgets don't go as planned, sometimes your schedules don't go as planned. And part of my role is to make sure that if something becomes more expensive than we thought, we can figure out a way to make something else less expensive. If two things end up overlapping over the same time period, we want to make sure that they don't. So that's part of what I do, is I want to just keep an eye on all of that. My education, I went to University of Central Florida, go Knights. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science in Economics, and I have a minor in Sociology. Before I worked at NASA, I had been at NASA for about 6 years. Before that, I spent about 8 years in retail management, managing different clothing stores or a skate shop, actually. And then at around 26, I decided to go get my high school diploma through a GED. Yes, I actually dropped out of high school, and I will tell you more about that later. And during college, I worked in an Italian restaurant. I was everything from a cook to a server to a pizza delivery driver, and it definitely helped pay for college. When I'm not at work, I think we switched. There we go. When I'm not at work, I am also a home chef and a bread baker. Me and Megan did not talk about that. We just found a lot about each other. I also bought a new house, and I am learning how to fix it. That's probably where I got my house analogy from for what I do, and I'm learning everything through YouTube. I like to play video games, though I don't play them as much as I used to. It's just, I guess, part of adulting. And I love to go to concerts, mostly indie music, but I also got to go on the Taylor Swift Eras tour and see her perform. So a little flex there. My pictures here on the left, again, me and Megan did not plan this at all. This is me, my first week at NASA as well, inside the vehicle assembly building. I love this picture because although you see the back of me, it's a great representation of the scale of both the building itself and how little I actually am, but also it's a great representation of all the possibilities and the potential that anybody who comes and works here can have. So I like to think of me as an intern viewing all of the things that I could do and the ways that I could offer my skills to the mission. And then to the right is me last year at MegaCon on the panel talking about what I do and answering questions, very similar to what I do here. So it's a great little comparison of my first week where I knew nothing at all, and now I get to sit and talk about what I do and inspire others to take similar paths to me. And then down at the bottom, I have me and my wife at a concert in Nashville. My wife is a teacher. Huge shout out to all the teachers out there. They are really the backbone of this country, and without them putting in the hours and really teaching our youth what to do and where to go, I really believe they're the best part of our entire country and all the professions that we have. And my wife is one of them. That's me making some pasta. And to the right, I am a proud cat dad, and that is my cat. He is super photogenic and loves pictures taken of him. So I'm here today to talk to you about the Artemis program. I'm sure some of you are aware of the Artemis program. Some of you may not, and you might know a little bit more than others. NASA's going back to the moon. In fact, we already have. So the Artemis program is named Artemis because it is the twin sister of Apollo in Greek mythology, and Artemis was also the goddess of the moon. We wanted to name it Artemis because Apollo was the moon missions that we did in the 60s. And so we thought this was a great kind of connection to our past while looking forward into our future. And we also wanted to call it Artemis because Artemis is a goddess, not a god, and that represents our goal to make sure that we have the first woman on the moon in our Artemis II mission. So I thought it was a great idea to name this program Artemis. The goal of Artemis, of course, is to go to the moon, and not only go to the moon for a few missions, but go to the moon to stay, and from there go on to Mars. Now you might ask, why the moon? And I think we have a great video coming up on the next slide to kind of talk about why the moon and why we want to go there and go back there.
We are going. The history of this agency is marked with broken barriers, once viewed as impossible, with science fiction turned reality, with innovations that have spun industries all their own, and with demonstrations of peace for all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet. We maintain a human presence just outside of gravity, and we touch points all across the solar system and beyond. We're going back to the moon, and this is why.
The moon is a treasure trove of science. It holds opportunities for us to make discoveries about our home planet, about our sun, and about our solar system.
The wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from the moon will inspire a new generation of thought and action.
Without fail, every major program and mission NASA has invested in has led to technologies and capabilities that have shaped our culture.
The breakthroughs of the Artemis era will define our generation and the generations to follow.
The tens of thousands of jobs associated with propelling us to the moon today are just the beginning of a lunar economy that will see hundreds of thousands of new jobs develop around the world.
This is not an ambition of one entity or one country. The exploration of the moon is a shared effort.
woven together by a desire for the greater good. Why the moon? Because the missions of tomorrow will be sparked by the accomplishments of the Artemis generation today.
Because the ambition to go has already begun.
And because Mars is calling. We need to learn what it takes to establish a community on another cosmic shore. So let's camp close before pushing out.
And so, we go to the moon now, not as a series of isolated missions, but to build a community on and around the moon capable of proving how to live on other worlds.
That video is so great, and it's such a great way to kind of explain why the moon. And I've worked a lot of different outreach events, and that's probably one of the questions that I get asked the most is, why are we going? Why not go to Mars? Why are we doing this at all? Right? I mean, I know that there's always that big question of, you know, there's so many problems here on Earth. Why are we spending time going out to space when we should be concentrating on the Earth? And my big answer to that is that we do science in space in order to better Earth. So I think that's going to be my first answer of why we would go to the moon, is because the problems that we solve that we need to do in order to complete our space missions, that technology then gets handed down onto Earth, and we use that as well. If we can figure out how to grow plants on the moon, then we can also figure out how to grow plants in times of drought on Earth. So as we discover stuff in space, we also discover better ways to live on Earth. I think the second reason why we go to the moon is because it's really the big mission is Mars, right? And Mars is not close. I mean, the moon is not close, but in comparison, Mars is very far away. And if we want to send people there and return them safely, we need to make sure that they are self-sustaining, meaning that we cannot Amazon Prime them something while they're on Mars. I'm sure we won't get 2-day shipping. And we want to make sure that they're able to grow food, that they can generate their own oxygen, they can generate their own water, and the moon is a great proving ground to do that. The environment, although not perfectly aligned with Mars, is also a very harsh environment. And if we can figure out some of these really big problems on the moon in a safer environment than on Mars, then getting to Mars is going to be far more of a reality and a possibility. And I think the third reason that we want to go to Mars and or the moon and then onto Mars is because I think as a human species, it's in our DNA to be curious. And I think since the beginning of our species, we have always wanted to explore and find the next thing and go further and push our species further. And it's just, we're going to do it. It's just part of us. And we have explored Earth, and we've kind of figured out all the nooks and crannies of Earth, and space is just the next step. And I think we're so fortunate to be in a timeline of humanity where we're actually talking about this and saying space really is the next place we're going to go, and to explore other bodies in space as humans, not just sending a robot there, but sending real people there. Super exciting stuff. So how do we even get there? What do we do? What are we building? And what have we built so far to actually get humans to the moon and beyond? So the Artemis program is broken up into 3 different programs. We mentioned exploration ground systems already, where me and Megan work, where we assemble, launch, and recover the rocket. But the rocket needs to be built, and the capsule needs to be built as well. And those are programs, and those are at different NASA centers that are actually building the rocket. So the first thing I want to talk about is SLS. SLS stands for the Space Launch System. That's going to be the actual rocket. In that photo there, that's going to be everything except for the tippy top. Is going to be the orange core stage, the solid rocket boosters on the sides, and the engines underneath that direct everything and help it launch. The SLS is NASA's most powerful rocket they've ever built, and it's the only rocket at this power that has gone into deep space the way that we have. The reason why it's so powerful is it allows us to carry a lot of complex payloads all at once. So it's less launches that we're going to need to get everything into space that we're going to want to get into space. It allows us to be flexible, meaning that if we have a mission in the future that we want to carry payloads So stuff and not people, we can do it with this rocket. If we want to do people, we can do it with this rocket. We can adapt the rocket to the needs of the missions in the future, instead of having to start from the ground up with a different mission. It's the only exploration class vehicle capable of sending humans into deep space currently. I know that we have private contractors that are working on other things, and we're actually going to be working with them to land on the moon, but currently this is the only one that is capable of sending humans into deep space, meaning the moon and beyond. It also is going to allow us to put not only our main mission, but smaller missions. We like something that we call CubeSats, which are tiny little cubic satellites that can do smaller scientific missions as well as the large missions. So we can offer the capabilities that SLS has, not only to the immediate missions, but other things, and explore science in different ways as we go. I just want to point out that not only do you see in this photo the SLS rocket, but you also see what we call the mobile launcher, and underneath that is the crawler. I know everybody loves the crawler. The mobile launcher, we actually use that to roll out to the pad. And it holds everything together, and that's what launches what's we call the umbilicals that fall off, and the rocket then launches off at T-0, or when we say we're ready to launch. And then the crawler is able to pick all of it up and carry it back to the vehicle assembly building, which is behind me right here, and it goes at a whopping 1 to 2 miles an hour. So it kind of takes all day to get there. And that's the SLS. And moving on is Orion. So Orion is going to be the actual spacecraft where we put the people inside of it. We call that the crew module. The Orion crew module is actually designed to be able to accommodate 99% of the human population, not all at once, obviously, but what I mean by that is that it's able to fit all types of people. It can accommodate somebody as a female as small as 4'10" and a male as tall as 6.5. So it gives us a lot more opportunity to choose our crew, and after it goes around the moon, with or without astronauts, it comes back, and obviously we want to bring everybody back, and then it will land back on Earth, and it lands in the Pacific Ocean where it splashes down as well. It is the only American human-rated spacecraft capable of going to the moon right now. And on Artemis 1, we actually went to the furthest that we've ever gone. And had we had humans on it, it would have been the furthest that humans have ever been away from Earth. And you'll see some slides in a little bit that talk more about that. It's absolutely incredible. I've seen it up close, and we are working on the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 capsules right now. So Artemis 1. Artemis 1 launched already. Guys, we've already gone back to the moon. This is not in the future. This is now in the past. We did it. Artemis 1 launched November 16th, 2022 at 1:47 a.m. I was there. I had to try to stay awake because I usually go to bed early, but I was there and I saw it live. It was the best day of my career, I'd say my adult life as well. And the reason why it was so important to everybody who worked on it is because this was the first launch. So everything up to this launch was theoretical. Of course, NASA tests and tests and tests, and we have simulated tests, and we practice and practice and practice. But really, we don't know until we go out and do it. And so seeing this rocket launch and be a successful launch and a successful mission really proved to all of us who put so many hours for so many years that what we're doing is working, and we were successful. And it really proved to the country that the Artemis mission is here, it's real, and we're going to move forward. Absolutely incredible. And when it launched, it was nighttime, obviously 1:47 a.m. But it was so powerful that it lit up the entire sky, and it felt like daytime for about 5 minutes when it just lit up. It was incredible. This is a path here of the path that it took. It was I'd say 20 some odd day mission. and if you can see it slingshot around the Earth, and then it went around the moon. You can see those dotted lines on the end. It's the furthest a human-rated spacecraft has ever gone away from Earth, ever. So there's a historical moment there, and then we safely were able to recover the capsule as well. We did a lot of tests. The reason why we did this test before we put people on it was in order to make sure that everything that we had simulated works the way that we planned. Again, safety is the number one priority. It's our number one, our number one goal, no matter what. And so doing a test mission before we put any humans on anything we do was vital to the future of the Artemis program. This is actually a selfie. So at NASA, we take selfies as well. This selfie was taken by the Orion capsule. This is connected to one of the solar arrays with the moon behind it. I don't know if we got any likes or anything, you know what I mean? I don't know how influencer we were, but it was an amazing photo, and this is one of a lot of photos that you can go find as well if you were to just look up, if you visit nasa.gov and look up the Artemis 1 mission. It was incredible. This was taken on the 20th day of the Artemis mission. What's great about this is the Orion flew as close as 80 miles from the lunar surface, but it also was able to go really, really far away because of the way that we planned our trajectory. So it was just really cool to get these high definition images of the moon the way that we did, and it really makes us excited to see what we can do going forward and what type of information we can get having this type of technology that we're sending to the moon. Because keep in mind, the last time we were here was in the late 60s and 70s. It was really amazing. This is a short little clip of Orion splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. So as you can see, we use parachutes after it enters the Earth's atmosphere. It'll splash down, and then we have the NASA's landing and recovery team, as well as the U.S. Navy and Department of Defense are all partners, and they're on the USS Portland to recover it. In Artemis 2, we will have humans on this. So as all the other tests, we wanted to check the amount of G's that it has when it lands. We wanted to make sure that if we had astronauts in this, would they be returning safely? And so we got all the testing and data that we needed to be able to go forward with Artemis 2. Speaking of Artemis 2, Artemis 2 is going to be our next mission. It's going to happen at the end in September of 2025. It's going to be the first mission with humans on it. We are going to have a crew of 4. We are going to test a lot of the human-rated systems with people in it, and it's going to pave the way for Artemis 3, which will be the next mission that we plan on landing on the moon. So although this one has humans on it, it will still be a test mission towards our real goals going forward.
When I was young, I had a poster of the Earthrise picture, the famous picture that was taken on Apollo 8. And the fact that it was a human behind the lens that made that picture so profound and changed how we all thought of our own home was so amazing to me. The moon is not just a symbol of thinking about our place in the universe. It's not just a symbol of exploration. It's actually a beacon for science. It's a beacon for understanding where we came from.
You know, pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. It's a part of being a human. That's our nature. We go out there and we explore to learn about where we are, why we are, understanding the big questions about our place in the universe. The exploration we're doing is the first few steps on the path of getting humans to Mars.
The Artemis campaign of missions have set such an ambitious goal for humanity that it's inspiring contributions from around the globe. Not just one nation is inspired and moved by this, but nations from around the globe are coming together. When I look at the Artemis 2 crew with Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they want to go do this mission. They are keenly driven. They are humble to a fault. It is so cool to be around them. Artemis 2 is a huge mission, but I hope we will look back and realize that this was one tiny step in humans on Mars and a sustained presence on the moon. Start. Artemis 2 will be NASA's
NASA's first crewed flight test of the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft around the moon.
To verify today's capabilities for humans to explore deep space
and pave the way for NASA's long-term human and scientific presence
on the lunar surface.
We are ready.
We are going
to the moon
for all humanity.
We are Artemis.
Man, that video is so amazing, and I just want to recognize this crew. This is the Artemis 2 crew. These are the 4 astronauts that will be on that Orion spacecraft going to the moon. Although they're not going to be landing, it is going to be the first mission where we have humans in our capsule going the furthest that humans have ever gone from Earth and arriving back safely. These are the faces and the names that I believe will be read in history books when everybody listening, I know you're in high school now, but eventually you're going to have children and they're going to be reading history books, and these are the names that are going to be in that space unit that you guys talk about and study, the same way that we all read about Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Mike Collins landing on the moon for the first time. When I think about who I'm actually working for, of course I have a boss and I have a boss's boss and I have people that I work for and I have managers and things like that. But at the end of the day, we are all working for these 4 people because safety is number 1. And we have their photos everywhere to remind us that what we are doing is we are going to send these 4 amazing humans into space and return them safely. They're amazing. I've met them, and it's so humbling. They're so nice, and I can't imagine anybody else more qualified than these 4 people to represent NASA and the U.S. and really the world in this amazing mission. And then that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? So Artemis 3 is going to be us landing on the moon. Artemis 3 will be September of 2026. It will be the first woman and the first person of color to land on the moon. It's, in my opinion, this is going to be one of the most viewed moments of this millennium. It's going to be hard work to do because we are also working with commercial partners with a thing called Human Landing System. So we will have SpaceX or Blue Origin or both, and they're going to help bring stuff to the moon earlier. Then we will send the humans and they will land on the moon. It's really important to me and it's really important to NASA to have the first woman and the first person of color land on the moon specifically. We really believe in diversity. We really believe in equity, and we really believe in inclusion. And I think it's important, just like Christina Koch, who said when she was a little girl, she saw the Earth rise and it really inspired her. And now she's going to be on Artemis 2. We believe that making sure that everybody can be inspired by somebody who looks like them. And you never know when a person seeing somebody do something incredible is going to inspire them to be the next person to do something incredible. So I think that part's really, really important to NASA. Artemis 3, we are going to be testing all sorts of things. We're going to plan on landing somewhere towards the South Pole, and this is going to be the first step forward in a human presence consistently on the moon. It's very, very exciting stuff. So look forward to more news on that. And then moving forward to Artemis 4. Now we are at NASA, we are working on all 4 of these missions kind of simultaneously because they are all different missions. Artemis 4 is going to be using an even larger rocket. I know we talked about SLS, now it's such a powerful rocket. Artemis 4 will be using what's called an SLS Block 1B configuration, so it'll be even more powerful and have more thrust. The reason why we need to do that is because this is going to be our first step forward in building what we're calling Gateway. Gateway is going to be a space station that is going to rotate around the moon, similar to our International Space Station now that rotates around Earth. We said we wanted to go back to the moon and this time to stay, and this is going to be the first mission that really gets us to that goal. We will be using that space station as a way to go back and forth from the moon to the space station instead of having to go directly to the moon and then directly back. We will be able to do some sustainable science on this space station. It's extremely exciting stuff, and at one point this stuff sounded like science fiction, and now it is really truly real that we will have people staying on the moon for a long period of time. It's absolutely incredible.
We need you, all of you, to go for everyone.
Where no one has gone before, to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
Unlock your potential side by side, interns, civil servants, and contractors.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged for your personal growth and for the success of the Artemis mission.
Your talents,
your skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible.
Splashdown. Begin your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
I love that video. And those three people, I know all three of those people, and those three people all work in entirely different areas and do entirely different things. And it's so great that we can kind of capture a little bit of everything. So working at NASA, right? That's always the question. That's definitely the second question I get asked the most when I do outreach is how do I work at NASA? So listed here is we have all different types of jobs that we do. Obviously, you see a lot of these have engineer in them, right? So you have a flight element engineer, launch engineer, but we also have what's called a project manager. And although they probably have some sort of engineering background, they also have a lot of other skills that aren't necessarily associated with science or engineering. All of these usually stem from STEM degrees, no pun intended, science, technology, engineering, and math. And those are all absolutely important things that you can study if you want to work here. But that isn't the only types of positions that we need at NASA. So here we have some different types of jobs, and these are, in my opinion, equally as important as the science and engineering roles. You know, we have someone from social media. Obviously, you know, Megan is here, and she works in strategic communications and does all this for us. So without somebody like Megan, we wouldn't even be able to be here. Graphic designer. Obviously, all the amazing graphics and all the cool videos that you've seen, we do that here as well. We have astronaut trainers, geologists, you know, spacesuit designers, right? I mean, I think that anything that you love, if you do well in it, you will probably be able to get a job out here. You know, my career specifically, I got here in a very, very unorthodox way. Like I mentioned before, I didn't graduate high school. I was horrible in high school. I didn't want to do any homework. I just wasn't motivated. And I know there's people out there, I'm sure someone's hearing me talk right now and going, I know, I hate homework. I don't like doing it. I hear you. This is not me telling you that you should not do your homework and you can still work at NASA. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that even though I didn't have this perfect GPA and get into this perfect college and take the correct, you know, engineering degree, I'm still here. I got a GED at 26, and then I got into a community college. I got straight A's in community college, and then I went on and went to a university. Again, I went to University of Central Florida with an economics degree. NASA was not on my mind at all. It was up there with being the president of the United States. I never thought it was possible. And then I got an internship, and it was the internship of all the internships I applied for is the one that I didn't think I was going to get. But I think what changed, right? So I went from being super lazy, not doing homework, not even doing anything related to school, and all of a sudden I changed my viewpoint and I just took off and did amazing things in school. And the only thing that really changed was my mindset and my point of view. And I decided to take accountability of my actions, accountability that I am in the place that I was in because of myself. I did not play the blame game or blame my parents or blame the school or blame any other reason why I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing. And I decided to say it was my fault, and it's also my fault if I get somewhere further and better in my life. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I was training myself as I think one of the core personality traits, one of the core things that are important to work at NASA, more than the degree that you get and more than the GPA that you get. Are you taking accountable for your actions? Are you honest with yourself? And when you need to solve a problem, do you go in full force and really take ownership over it? And I'm so glad that I made that decision. My mom's super proud. But I'm not the only person that found a path to NASA. We have some amazing people here as well that come out of the Virgin Islands. We have Dr. Rudolph King, senior researcher at Langley Research Center, and he graduated at Ivana Edora Keene High School, class of 1983. And we also have Simone Fullwood, senior systems engineer, raised in St. Thomas and attended the Adelita Cancren Junior High School. And I would say that everybody's path to get to NASA, nobody has an actual like perfect path, and NASA doesn't look for the perfect path. Sure, we want to see that you got good grades, we want to see that you worked hard, but we really hire the person. And I think you can ask anybody out here that how did they get here, and their story is going to be just as exciting as mine, just as exciting as Megan's. You know, I really believe that NASA looks for the best and the brightest, and the best doesn't necessarily mean the best grades, and the brightest doesn't necessarily mean the smartest. You know, I think that besides being accountable, I really believe that you need to know how to work as a team. So anybody, when you're asking, I'm sure there's going to be questions. What do I do? How do I work at NASA? What should I study? I would make sure that you learn how to do well on a team. NASA is not a one-person job. These missions are not the ideas of one person. We have complex problems that need complex solutions, and we need multiple brains from different walks of life to solve the problems that we need to solve. And if you can't sit down with a group of people and work on a team, it does not matter how smart you are. It does not matter what grades you got. We are a team, and we need people who are able to work hard on that team together. And I would really say the third thing that you really want to make sure that you have is learn how to communicate well. It doesn't matter how great of an idea you have, or how great of a solution you might have, or some problem that you might know that you need to tell somebody else. If you don't know how to properly communicate those things, then it doesn't matter. So I would say, on top of obviously doing really well in school and working hard on a passion that you have, I think those three things are really, really important: is being accountable, learning how to do well in a team, and learning how to communicate well. And if you do those things, all of you will one day work out here. Although that we pave the way for the Artemis program, you know, Megan and I will at some point, you know, retire, and we will hand the torch off to you and the people younger than you, and you all are really going to be the ones that make history. And if you think that you cannot work at NASA, I promise you, if I can work here, I can get here. All of you can, as long as you just put hard work in and follow your dreams. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe that.
Hello, I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California, and then earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education, both as a student and a teacher. My education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, it was like going right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft, we learn to speak Russian, and we train in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and twice on the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. On November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar orbit in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, the Orion spacecraft, Space Launch System rocket, and the ground systems at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Up next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know it. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard a space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
That was great. Okay, super. I want to ask a couple of quick questions, and one that I thought might be kind of interesting is, do we know, has the moon changed since we were last there?
That's a great question, and the answer is, I mean, absolutely. You know, just like the Earth has changed, the moon definitely has changed, and that's one of the reasons. That's something that we're going to find out when we go. You know, we're going to study the changes that happens over time, and we're going to study what could happen in the future. The moon definitely changes like any celestial body. It does change over time. Now, by how much? You know, we don't know exactly until we get back there and study it. It's a great question.
Awesome. Okay, one more. Let's see. Do you get to see rockets launch every day, and or do you share the launch pad?
A rocket doesn't launch every single day, but there are a lot of rockets that do launch from Kennedy Space Center. We are known as the launching center. So yes, I definitely get to see launches all the time. You know, there's SpaceX launches, there's launches from United Launch Alliance. It's amazing. The second part of that question was, what was the second part of that question?
I scrolled down to the next one. Sorry. We do have one question from our students at Ken, and it is, what do students need to do to, what do they need to accomplish to be able to apply for internships and be competitive now so that they can prepare for NASA to get an internship and get into a career?
Yeah, absolutely. I was an intern myself, so there are multiple types of internships. So that question of what do I do to become an intern, that's a loaded question in itself because there are multiple types of internships you can do. There is a pathways internship. There is a thing called an OSTEM internship. Pathways is something where you kind of are always a part of it and you go through it until you graduate college, and then you basically it's like a trial run in order to then be hired up as a civil servant. OSTEM is going to be more of a block of time, and you do this block of time very similar. You're doing very similar work, and then that's something that you kind of sign up for every time that those openings come through. And then also all the contractors that we have out here that we work right alongside, they offer summer internships as well. And I was actually a contractor intern, and that's where I started until I was able to switch over to the NASA side. As for what you want to prepare to do, I mean, other than everything that I mentioned before, I definitely think that having good grades and being well-rounded is definitely a fantastic thing. We want to see skills from a lot of different walks of life. So having a lot of different skills is important. You know, I say applying to a lot of different ones, but I also know that they're super, super competitive. And I don't know if Christina, you can offer more insight on that.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is to our students in the Virgin Islands that are on right now, please write this down. My email you can get from your teacher, but we have a NASA UVI pre-engineering program. It's a summer program for incoming 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th graders, and for the students that are in the 12th grade, you can apply. You can also apply to Ag Discovery at UVI. You can apply to the Business Summer Program. You can apply to Math Behind the Science, there's a variety of programs, but those are things that you want to do to build your resume, right? So you apply to these programs, you take part in them. The pre-engineering program at UVI will be the last week of June. It's a live-in, so you get to be on campus, you get to live on campus, you get to go to the cafe and have 3 meals a day, and then you take part in challenges. So our students that are interested in STEM or STEAM, awesome. The requirement is an essay and a 1-minute video, and I will be sending out those directions and the application information next week to your teachers. One thing, you need a letter of recommendation. Get that early, go talk to that teacher in person, work on your application in advance. I only have 20 slots. So there are things that you can do to prepare today to get ready for your college pathway so that you can become an intern at NASA.
Thanks so much, Christina. I think I can answer one more question if you have the time, and then I'm going to have to go.
Yes, I have one more question for you. It's up here. Where are the lightning rods? And Megan, I wanted to show your picture because it's so good. Where are the lightning rods that keep the rockets safe when on the launch pad, and how far away are they?
That's a great question, and yeah, I see Megan has the launch pad behind her, and we see the lightning rods right there. It's
if you want to,
amazing question.
Yeah, we can switch over to mine. Yeah, there we go. Right here, you can see this is a picture of the launch itself. So these lightning rods, Hunter, if you want to talk about them a little bit more, now that they have a visual aid.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can all look at Megan, but I'll talk. So the lightning rods, we have 3 of them out at Launchpad 39B, and it's exactly what you asked is exactly what they do. They make sure that if we have lightning in beautiful sunny Florida, we are also one of the lightning capitals of the world, and so lightning strikes us more than anybody else. So we want to make sure that if lightning does strike, it hits the towers and not our rocket. There is 3 of them. You can fit multiple football fields in between the 3. And we have seen the lightning towers actually get hit by lightning recently. So they do work, and we're really happy that we have them. So I'm glad that question was asked because that's a safety question, and I love people to think about safety. So that's the last I can answer. It's been amazing to be here.
Thank you so much, Hunter. Good luck with, we know you're going to see the water flow tests, so things always happening at NASA. So good luck with that, and I hope everything goes well. Thank you.
Hunter, thank you so much. And on behalf of the university, please come back and join us again. It was a pleasure to have you.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure doing this. Bye.
Bye. So as we get ready to wrap up, Miss Megan, do you have any closing comments you want to share about the opportunities, the awesomeness of your job? I would like to ask you to make one quick comment about your background. You were an educator, right? And Sam, Dr. Garcia, is also an educator. You guys hire lots and lots of teachers after they've been in the teaching career for a while. So for my teachers online right now, listen to Miss Megan. She's got some cool tips.
Yeah, so I actually myself have not been an educator. I did get my master's degree in education with that as a backup plan, but it did not end up happening that way. But like you said, Christina, we love our educators, love our teachers. Myself and Hunter, who work in the business office, especially, we work with so many different former teachers. Samuel Garcia, Kat, who was on earlier this week, Brittany Woods, who was on. They are all former teachers because, you know, not only do we know that, you know, when it comes down simply to it, that you have a great degree, but you also have all of the skills needed to communicate with the public, communicate with each other. If you're in a management position, being a former teacher is incredible. We know that you know how to work with a limited budget, with time constraints, with governmental constraints, with all of those things, which are incredible skills that you can take over to NASA. So I would say that alone, if any of the teachers on the call are interested in anything like that in the future, you can definitely reach out. These students too, these resources are for you too. So go to interns.nasa.gov, and that is where you can find all of your information on internships. Hunter talked about it a little bit. We've got multiple different types of internships, some that you can start as early as in high school. So make sure you check that out. We also have international student internships. And so you can check that, and there are also hundreds of contractors that work out here at NASA that are partnered with NASA, anywhere from SpaceX, Blue Origin, Jacobs, Boeing. All of those are companies that work together with NASA. So those are also ways that you could get internships and then eventually work at NASA. Then also quickly, I will just say that if you're interested in any of the things we talked about today, any of these jobs, and want to learn a little bit more, you can go to nasa.gov/careers, and that's where you'll see hundreds of different jobs that you could potentially do out here at NASA.
And then one last thing, Miss Megan, before we go, I want to ask you, this is really important for us for our international students. We have a lot of students that come from down island, and I really want to make sure that our international students know that they too can be a part of NASA. Can you talk briefly about the ISS and how that works?
Yeah, so the International Space Station, which is currently how we are sending astronauts into lower Earth orbit, and that is where they are doing science experiments, and it is a partnership that we have with multiple different countries. I mean, just to name a few, obviously the United States sends up astronauts. We have astronauts from Russia. We send Japanese astronauts. We have people from the United Arab Emirates that go. So this is a partnership that we like to continue to grow. So we have this program called the Artemis Accords, which has been signed by 33 countries so far. So our goal is to continue to explore space as a democracy. So we want to make sure that we are all moving together and that decisions that are being made about space exploration are made with multiple countries in mind, and our goals are all aligned. So if you are interested in any of that, those things are very cool to read about. You can read about all the different countries that are a part of it. And then also, like I said before, if anybody is on the call in a different country and just wants to learn about internships at NASA in that way, you can find that on the internship website.
Awesome. And I just want to remind everybody that, again, if you're in the STEM programs at your high school, make sure that you stay close to your STEM teachers. Make sure that you ask them what their pathways were, what their ideas are for you. And if somebody tells you that you can't, that's absolutely the opportunity where you can. And I just want to make one final point before we close about something that Hunter shared with you. It's a choose your hard, right? He chose not to do his homework, gang. He said, seniors rule. It's all about me. I'm going to make the choice. And it's a choose your hard. You can do it your way or you can do it the traditional way. But you got to do it, right? You want to make the pathway, whatever it is, it's your personal journey and your personal walk. But do you want to make it easier or harder on yourself? And I think the moral of his story is he chose a little bit of a harder path, and he's really grateful for the way that he landed. So just remember, failure is my favorite F word. Try everything, fail at it, figure out what you love, and then choose your hard. Decide what you want to do. If you want to do it the easy way or the hard way, makes no difference. Get a mentor, participate in programs, and then get out of the gate and get to college. Go to UVI or, as Megan said, Central Florida. Any of these universities are wonderful and have lots of opportunities for you. I'm at the university. Your teachers know where I am. If you need some help, give me a call. So on behalf of the College of Science and Math at the University of the Virgin Islands, thank you so much for sharing your morning with us. We appreciate you. Be safe, make good choices, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
step to the moon. A mission that has become the first in a series of increasingly complex missions to expand the bounds of human exploration. This is the story of Artemis 1.
3, 2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
as we sail on this new cosmic sea. There's so much to learn. There's so much to be excited about.
Artemis is different from anything humanity has ever embarked on before. And we will discover life-saving, earth-changing science and technology along the way.
We're delving deep into what science can be achieved by humans working together with robotic capabilities and future infrastructure to support a long-term human presence at the moon.
The Artemis generation stands ready to return humanity to the moon and then to take us further than ever before to Mars. Onward and upward.
We are going to the moon, to deep space, and to Mars. Humanity will venture further out into our solar system than ever before. But the history that awaits us requires a first step.
This is a story of a mission that represents that essential first step to the moon. A mission that has become the first in a series of increasingly complex missions to expand the bounds of human exploration. This is the story of Artemis 1.
3, 2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Artemis 1 was a first flight that set new records of performance, exceeded our estimates for efficiency, and established new safety baselines for human flight into deep space. All before returning from this journey, plunging through Earth's atmosphere, and arriving safely back on our home planet. Good afternoon, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. Thank you for joining us today. Today is high school day, and we're really excited to bring you the annual UVI NASA outreach event. Today is a really exciting day. We've got a wonderful speaker for you this afternoon. If you have questions, please put them in the chat, either on Facebook, YouTube, or on the Teams link so that we can pull them out. Please make sure that you include your teacher's name, your school, the grade, so that we can get all of that out and share with everyone who's asking us the question. As we get started, we'd like to provide a warm welcome from the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. David Hall.
Good morning. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been president here for over 14 years. This is my 15th year, and it is always exciting to be able to welcome our NASA partners. They have partnered with the university for so many years, and it has really made a difference. This program in particular is one that is very special, and so I want to welcome all of the students who are participating either in person or participating online. I also want to have a special shout out to our teachers who are participating in this program and are the ones who nurture the students who participate in this program. You are their heroes, but you are our heroes as well. In addition to the wonderful students who are participating from the Virgin Islands, we have students who are participating internationally. And I just want to mention a few of the places that we have connections with. There are students here from South Africa, the Philippines, the DC International School. We also have students in Florida who are part of the Palm Beach School and the Naples Classic Academy. Our deep gratitude to have this international diversity of students participating in the same program. As Virgin Islanders, we are always proud when individuals go off and do great things and then come back and share their knowledge and insights with us. There are two individuals who are part of our family, but part of the Nassau family, Ms. Fullwood and Dr. King. They are participants and will be sharing information with the students, and they are a shining example that the Virgin Islands produces excellence, and we are glad when that excellence comes back and shares with us. I also want to thank the Montessori School and International Academy. They were the ones who launched this initiative back in 2013, and the University of the Virgin Islands is so thankful for their leadership, but we are glad that we have been able to take this over and to move it to even greater heights with the leadership of Christina Chans and David Morris and others who participate in our physics program. And one of the things I hope you understand, especially to students who are considering pursuing higher education, and I hope all of you are, that the University of the Virgin Islands has an outstanding physics program. We were attracting students for a number of years through our applied mathematics program and our engineering partnership with numerous institutions around the nation. We still have that program in existence. However, a number of years ago, we were able to develop a bachelor's degree in physics and have a focus on astronomy, a focus on engineering concentration, and that has attracted many students to us. And what I am proud of is that in just 4 years, we have been able to graduate 14 students with that degree, that is the BS in physics. Many of those students are now pursuing a PhD in physics. Some of them are in the workforce, doing great things as well. So that is another example of how the university is able to attract students from around the world, cultivate them in a very special field, and finally able to contribute to NASA. One of the reasons we wanted to have this program was so that we could be a supply chain for the talent that NASA and other federal agencies and private agencies need in the workplace. And so finally, I just want to say to all of the students gathered that we would love to have you consider us as an institution for you to pursue your educational dreams. And especially to those who are in very cold climates, it would be wonderful to pursue your degree at a place where the temperature is always in the 80s, where there's a beach right on your campus, and where you can enjoy studying and having a wonderful time year round. And for those of you who are Virgin Islanders, please remember that we are one of the few institutions in the nation that offers free tuition, and that is complete coverage of all of your costs. And it is the way in which the government and the university are saying to you that we are investing in your future because we want you to invest in our future. So thank you all for participating in this exciting program. Again, I want to thank NASA for its investment in the future of this nation, because all of you, no matter what you think you want to do in the future, you are our best weapons for moving science forward, moving technology forward, and moving this nation and world forward. So welcome again to the program, and I hope you have a wonderful and exciting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. That was a wonderful welcome, and we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Now, I'd like to share with you what some of the students across the Virgin Islands do with the University of the Virgin Islands in terms of scientific communication and tourism. So here's a quick video from the students from the Adelita Cancrine, currently Lockhart K through 8, under the direction of Miss Cecile Penn and Dr. Ryan Molinar from the University of the Philippines. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Kemesha Salas, an 8th year student, and I'm a future astrophysicist.
Hi, I'm Kelly Charles, an 8th grade student, and I'm a future physicist.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors from Adelita Cartwright Junior High School.
Many know the USVI as a beautiful place in the Eastern Caribbean, but let's share a little bit about our history. The United States Virgin Islands, officially the Virgin Islands of the United States, are a group of Caribbean islands and an unincorporated and organized territory of the United States. The islands are geographically part of the Virgin Islands archipelago and are located in the Leeward Islands of the Lesser Antilles to the east of Puerto Rico and west of the British Virgin Islands. The U.S. Virgin Islands consist of the main islands of St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, and 50 other surrounding minor islands and cays. The total land area of the territory is 133.73 square miles. The territory's capital is Charlotte Amalie on the island of St. Thomas. Previously known as the Danish West Indies of the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, from 1754 to 1814, and the Independent Kingdom of Denmark from 1814 to 1917. They were sold to the United States by Denmark for $2,500,000 in the 1917 Treaty of the Danish West Indies, and have since been an organized, unincorporated United States territory. The U.S. Virgin Islands are organized under the 1954 Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, and have since held 5 constitutional conventions. You can see the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. We are famous for beautiful beaches, clear blue skies, and festivals that bring millions to our beautiful island.
In the USVI, there's constant study and research of extreme weather and drought.
Details of a dire situation in the territory when it comes to the continuous agriculture is alerting both the farming community and the U.S. drought monitors have listed the territory as severe and
Researching that local and federal agencies such as the VA Department of Planning, Natural Resources, and Water and Power Authority, along with the VA Territorial Emergency (MDT) Agency by TEMA, and the U.S. Drought Monitors, along with our federal partners at USDA, USGS, Environmental Protection Agency, and National Weather Service, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, among others, who work day and night to research and study climate and the impact of climate change so that we can protect our community. You may not know, but many in the USVI actually collect rainwater for home use, as many do not have piped-in city water, much as they do in other areas across the world. Researchers actually study data from the USVI to study climate, and now you can't see it because we have had rain, but in January, February, and March, you can see harsh distress of vegetation, erosion, and compare these images to others taken over longer periods to determine what the impacts of droughts are in the USVI and the region. USDA and the Farm Service Agency work hard to aid farmers in the territory when severe droughts impacts the islands. Right now, we are facing drought conditions, and it appears, based on research here, the territory is heading into an earlier drought. The video of the ponds shows them filled which is a blessing in our community, but these ponds have not been filled since 2015, and just as recent as December were nearly empty.
Remember, you can do your part to address climate change, conserve water, don't waste food, plan ahead for natural disasters, and learn about science and STEM from every inch of your community, including school, when visiting and going out in your community and become an ambassador to protect our community.
To our fellow future scientists watching today from all across the globe, we hope you enjoyed the presentation presented to you by the students from across the USVI and the nation, as we learn more from NASA scientists about how we as students can join the ranks for NASA as we begin our journey to the USVI and other universities and study STEM to make the world a better, safer place for all of us.
We are the UVI Water Ambassadors.
And now, on to the NASA presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, future scientists and water ambassadors, and thank you, Ms. Cecile Penn from Lockhart K through 8, formerly the Adelita Cancard. Now, I would like to take a moment to ask everyone, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. Again, tell us your school, your name, your grade, not your personal name, your teacher's name, and then your question so we can call out your schools. I do want to give a shout out to Miss Granger's 5th grade class from Lockhart K through 8 and Miss Cynthia Richard's class. Miss Granger's got 5th graders. We've got Central on. We've got Complex on. We've got Free Will on. We've got 7th Day from St. Thomas and St. Croix. Thank you so much. And we've also got Good Hope Country Day. Thanks everybody for joining. Right now, I would like to introduce you to my colleague from NASA. She's going to share some interesting and exciting news. Please pay attention to some of the details about careers and ways that you can get involved. Miss Megan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Christina. I am so excited to be here today. I am Megan Epperly. I work for Exploration Ground Systems at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And today I want to talk to you all about the Artemis program and how we're getting back to the moon, and then a little bit about our workforce. So let me go ahead and share here. All right, so a little bit about me here. My name is Megan Epperly. I'm the Education and Outreach Coordinator for Exploration Ground Systems. So basically what that means is exactly what I'm doing right now. So I have the best job because I get to connect with students and teachers and people of the public and just get to talk about how cool space is, how cool the Artemis program is. So I have a dream job. I love it very much. But all right, so I am originally from Virginia. I graduated from Radford University with a bachelor's in communication studies. And with that, I went into marketing. I did that for about 7 years at a couple different companies. And then I found myself moving to Florida. I did that right before the pandemic in the end of 2019. So quickly went into lockdown early the next year. And that's when I decided to get my master's degree. I thought that was the perfect opportunity to do so. I got my master's degree from the University of Central Florida in education. And after I finished that is when I made the transition over to NASA, doing what I'm doing now. So when I'm not at work, I love to cook. I am an avid cooker. I'm really trying to hone in my baking skills right now. Got a couple of projects there on the right. Croissants was a behemoth, but I did it. And I also love to travel with my husband and my son. We're trying to visit every U.S. national park. We're at 13, so we've made a little chunk there, but we got a lot to go, which is exciting. I want to point out a couple pictures that I have here on the left. So the first picture there all the way on the left is me inside of the Vehicle Assembly Building, which is an iconic building here at Kennedy Space Center. It's where we assemble the SLS rocket, which you'll learn a little bit about today. And that picture was taken my first week at NASA, which was so exciting. My first time ever in that building. It was mind-blowing, still mind-blowing every time I get to go in there. Then next to that, I have a picture of me with my son when he was 6 months old. I was able to do an outreach trip to Puerto Rico, and he came along with, and he flew for the first time and also got to watch Mom in action, talk about space, learn about space. So today, like I said, we are going to talk about the Artemis campaign. So that is our campaign to get back to the moon. So let's go ahead and talk about that. All right, so I have here a little bit about Artemis and why we named this program Artemis. So if you all are familiar with the last time that we went to the moon, which was in the 60s and early 70s, that was called the Apollo program. So now, as a tie-in between the past and moving towards the future, we named this program Artemis because it's the twin sister of Apollo and goddess of the moon in Greek mythology. So our big goal with this is not only to go back to the moon, but we are trying to send the first woman and the first person of color to the moon. So we are taking everything that we learned in the past and really also looking at the future. So we're very excited about that. We'll discover all sorts of new technologies by doing this, with be life-changing science and technology along the way. So a big question that we get when we're talking about the Artemis program, and space exploration is very vast. We have lots of different programs doing lots of different things. So a lot of people ask, why the moon? We've been there before. Why are we going back? So I have a pretty good video.
Turned reality with innovations that have spun industries all their own, and with demonstrations of peace for all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet. We maintain a human presence just outside of gravity, and we touch points all across the solar system and beyond. We're going back to the moon, and this is why.
The moon is a treasure trove of science. It holds opportunities for us to make discoveries about our home planet, about our sun, and about our solar system.
The wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from the moon will inspire a new generation of thought and action.
Without fail, every major program and mission NASA has invested in has led to technologies and capabilities that have shaped our culture.
The breakthroughs of the Artemis era will define our generation and the generations to follow.
The tens of thousands of jobs associated with propelling us to the moon today are just the beginning of a lunar economy that will see hundreds of thousands of new jobs develop around the world.
This is not an ambition of one entity or one country. The exploration of the moon is a shared effort,
woven together by a desire for the greater good. Why the moon? Because the missions of tomorrow will be sparked by the accomplishments of the Artemis generation today.
Because the ambition to go has already begun.
And because Mars is calling. We need to learn what it takes to establish a community on another cosmic shore. So let's camp close before pushing out.
And so, we go to the moon now, not as a series of isolated missions, but to build a community on and around the moon capable of proving how to live on other worlds.
All right, I love that video. It is such a good way to explain why we're going back to the moon. I think, you know, we have, as human beings, we are innately curious and we want to see what's out there. And the moon is our closest celestial being or planet, so we have to learn all about the moon before we can go further. So you might be wondering, you know, how are we getting to the moon? So you have to use a very specific, very powerful rocket to get to the moon. So that rocket that we use is called the SLS. The SLS stands for Space Launch System. So if you see this picture here, the SLS is the orange part in the middle, which is called the core stage, then the two side boosters, and then on the top we have the Orion spacecraft. So which I'll talk about that in a little bit as well. So there's no other rocket like this one right now that does. This is the most powerful rocket that exists to this current in our current landscape, which is very exciting. So the reason that we have to have such a powerful rocket is not only because we are going far, but we are trying to use as few launches as possible to get to the moon. Because if you think about it, you know, we have the size difference, say, between a car and a plane. So would it be more cost effective to travel or to send tons and tons of cargo in, say, 100 cars or into one plane? So we are working as hard as possible to make a very powerful rocket so that way we can bring very big cargo. We can send humans and cargo at the same time. So it's very important for us to be as cost effective and as as best as we can with this. So also, I want to talk a little bit about what this rocket is made up of. So I said that you see the core stage there and the side boosters. So a part of what makes this rocket so powerful are those side boosters. You can see they're the little white, they look little in this picture, but they are huge. They are the solid rocket boosters. Those provide the initial force to get off of the ground. Because this rocket is so heavy, it weighs almost 6 million pounds with its current setup. These solid rocket boosters, they provide so much thrust and force to get the rocket off of the ground. So then after it is off of the ground, made that first push out of the Earth's atmosphere, which is extremely strong. We have gravity holding us down here. So this rocket that's almost 6 million pounds, you have to use so much power to get it out of the Earth's atmosphere. So after the solid rocket boosters, then we have the core stage, which is the orange part there. That is a gigantic tank. So that is the fuel that is made out of hydrogen and oxygen, and then that is what thrusts the rocket even further. So we have multiple ways of providing thrust from this rocket to make it extremely powerful and make it extremely strong to get all the way to the moon. So now that you guys know a little bit about how powerful this rocket is and the way that it's set up, on top there we have the Orion spacecraft. So Orion is where astronauts in the future will be living while they are on this mission. So Orion, after the SLS gets out of the atmosphere and on its way to the moon, then Orion detaches, and that is what will be going around the moon. Actually has already once. So we go around the moon in Orion, and that's where we will collect the data. The astronauts will be living inside. We use this for as small as 4'10" or as tall as 6'5". So if you knew in the past, astronauts had to be very specific height requirements. A lot of the ones on the Apollo missions were that way. So now we're broadening that to where we can have people with their skill sets. Their height is not going to be the limiting factor to have these amazing people be able to moves faster than a speeding bullet. So these things, the heat shield is so immensely important. So now that you all know the main things that build up the rocket and the spacecraft that will take us to the moon, I want to go ahead and talk about Artemis 1, which is the mission that we have already done. So we're talking here about going back to the moon, and actually we already have been.
"50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before." You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on Launch Pad 39B. The energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today.
We're going to learn so much about the solar system from the moon and even about the Earth.
Range weather. Weather is go for launch.
The mission management team has been told you have a go to proceed with terminal count.
On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, at this time I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars.
We are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning.
Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the moon.
All right, so that was all about Artemis 1. So we launched Artemis 1 in November of 2022, November 16th at 1:47 a.m. So in the middle of the night. We launched this, and it was so exciting here at the Space Coast. There were so many years leading up to this, so many years of hard work. So many people had their hands on this. So we're very, very proud and excited to send our first test mission. So the Artemis 1 launch was an uncrewed mission for a test flight. So we needed to make sure that everything on this rocket in the spacecraft works properly, is safe, that our mission is successful before we send astronauts on it. So here I have an animation that shows the path that Artemis 1 took. So you can see it launched from the coast of Florida, it went around the Earth, and then did a slingshot off of the Earth's atmosphere to go around the moon. And we did a few rounds around the moon, and those dotted lines you can see is the farthest that any human-rated spacecraft has been in deep space. So, and then we have, after it comes back, we splash down in the Pacific Ocean, which you can kind of see at the end of that animation as well. So our trip was a total of 25 and a half days. They traveled 1.4 million miles, and then we splashed down in the Pacific on December 11th, 2022. So here I have a picture from the mission. This is on about the 20th day on December 5th, 2022. And we like this picture because it is Orion taking a selfie. So on all of these solar rays, which you can see the black diagonal solar ray, there are several of those on Orion. And we affixed cameras to all of those. So as it's going around the moon and it got within 80 miles of the surface, it was able to take dozens and dozens and hundreds of pictures. So we were able to see along the way the pictures that they were taken. And I mean, this is the clearest, such a beautiful image of the moon that we got within 80 miles of the surface of. So, like I said before, the Orion spacecraft went around the moon, got within 80 miles, and then it has to come back. So this is a looping video of the Orion spacecraft splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. So there's several factors that make this successful. So it comes in, as we mentioned before, faster than a speeding bullet. It gets extremely hot, and it has to slow down. So we have multiple levels of these parachutes, which are giant, these parachutes. They deploy to slow the spacecraft down slow enough to where it can land safely in the ocean. If there were astronauts on board, they would land safely and be able to get out and not have any issues splashing around or anything like that. So we splashed down off of the coast of the Pacific, off of the coast of San Diego. So the reason we do that is because we work with the U.S. Navy and the Department of Defense, and that is how we recover the spacecraft. Have a crew of 4 that will be riding in the Orion spacecraft and doing everything and studying. We'll be testing all of the life support systems. We'll be making sure that food, everything that can sustain humans on the spacecraft during this mission will be tested. And then I have a video here that I'm going to show you, and it has our crew on it.
When I was young, I had a poster of the Earthrise picture, the famous picture that was taken on Apollo 8. And the fact that it was a human behind the lens that made that picture so profound and changed how we all thought of our own home was so amazing to me. The moon is not just a symbol of thinking about our place in the universe. It's not just a symbol of exploration. It's actually a beacon for science. It's a beacon for understanding where we came from.
You know, pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. It's a part of being a human. That's our nature. We go out there and we explore to learn about where we are, why we are, understanding the big questions about our place in the universe. The exploration we're doing is the first few steps on the path of getting humans to Mars.
The Artemis campaign of missions have set such an ambitious goal for humanity that it's inspiring contributions from around the globe. Not just one nation is inspired and moved by this, but nations from around the globe are coming together. When I look at the Artemis 2 crew with Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they want to go do this mission. They are keenly driven. They are humble to a fault. It is so cool to be around them. Artemis 2 is a huge mission, but I hope we will look back and realize that this was one tiny step in humans on Mars and a sustained presence on Earth.
Artemis 2 will be NASA's first crewed flight test of the Space Launch System rocket
and Orion spacecraft around the moon.
To verify today's capabilities for humans to explore deep space
and pave the way for NASA's long-term human and scientific presence on the lunar surface.
We are ready.
We are going
to the moon
for all humanity.
We are Artemis.
So incredibly exciting. I mean, just the excitement that we had for Artemis 1 being our first test flight. Now that we will have a crew on board, I mean, the excitement is palpable. We are already so excited. We have pictures of these 4 astronauts up in the building that I work in, just to remind us that these are the 4 people that are making history with the next trip to the moon. So if you didn't see in the video or didn't follow along, we have Reed Wiseman, who is in the front here. He is the commander. Then directly behind, we have Victor Glover, who is our pilot. Christina Koch is on the left. She currently has the most hours in space with all of these astronauts. Then on the right, we have Jeremy Hansen, who is from the Canadian Space Agency. So these 4 are who we are working for. We are working to make sure that everything is safe for them, that they can do as much research, they can gather as much information as possible, so that way when we move on to Artemis 3, we are ready to land on the moon. And on that note, we'll go ahead and talk about that one. So Artemis 3 is currently planned for the end of 2026. So about a year after Artemis 2, we will be ready to land on the moon. So this is where we will send a crew of 4, and they will spend about 6.5 days exploring the lunar surface. So doing this as well is that one of our goals is to send a woman and send a person of color in this crew to make that history. And I am sure that on this day, when that happens, everywhere, people all across the globe will be watching this, and it will make history, and we are so excited about that. So, the next step in this is to land on the moon. So that means collecting rock samples, tube samples. We need to see if the ice that is under the surface is able to be turned into fuel and use hydrogen, because as we know, we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars is much farther away than the moon. The moon takes about 3 days for us to get to, and Mars takes 9 months. So we need a place that is off of the pressure and the gravity of the Earth, which is the moon, which is smaller, so we can take off there easier. So that needs to be another fueling station. So that way we have a place to refuel after we are able to get off of Earth. So then after that is, it just keeps getting more and more exciting. So after that is Artemis 4. So this is so cool. It sounds like science fiction, but it is happening. So we have this space station, which is going to be called Gateway. So what we are doing is building a space station very similar to the ISS that will be orbiting the moon. So this will act as a place just like the ISS where astronauts can go and live, and then they are able to go from the gateway down to the surface of the moon, study, they will be building a habitat down there, and then go back up to the gateway to live and to eat and all of that. So we have more missions that are planned after that with our commercial partners and all of that, but today I just wanted to talk to you about the amazing things of Artemis 1 through 4. We are so excited. This will get us into the late 2020s. So we will just be, waiting patiently to see what is happening after that. So now that I've talked about all about the Artemis campaign, everything that's going on, you're probably wondering, how the heck can I become a part of this story? So like I said, we are planning for things in years 2026 and beyond. So a lot of the people who are maybe watching this, you're going to be graduating high school. You will be done by then. So you could very well, by the time some of these missions are going up, you could be working with us here at NASA. So I want to talk a little bit about how you can possibly do that.
We need you, all of you, to go for everyone.
Where no one has gone before, to help humanity reach our collective goals of exploration and discovery.
Unlock your potential side by side, interns, civil servants, and contractors.
You will be mentored, you will be coached, and you will be challenged for your personal growth and for the success of the Artemis mission.
Your talents,
your skills,
and your perspectives are needed to make this possible.
Splashdown. Begin your journey from the ground up. The time is here.
The time is now.
I love that. Those people in that video are not actors. I work with those people. We're very exciting to see them. So now we can kind of talk about some of the different jobs that you could potentially have at NASA. So, first thought when you think, what can I do at NASA? Everybody says astronaut. So there are so many other things that you can do, even though being an astronaut is probably the coolest job you could ever have. But there are so many ways to be involved in the space program without being an astronaut. So a lot of those things are in the STEM world. So you could become an engineer, and we have dozens of types of engineers that we need, even more than just at Exploration Ground Systems. Launch engineers, test engineers, avionics engineers, all sorts. Then we also have technicians. So if you're somebody who is like, I want to go ahead and get to work now, and you want to do vocational school, then you are so lucky. You are just going to have an even earlier transition into the space industry. So we have people who are technicians who work on, if you're somebody who likes to tinker on car, you have your first car maybe, then let's graduate and get you working on spacecraft, on things that are way bigger. But say you are not really interested in STEM, which is perfectly fine. I loved science as a kid, but I was like, I don't know if I want to do that as a career. So there are so many things that you can do if you have an artistic type of brain, or something that's, you want to do just something that's in a little bit of a different field. We have social media managers for every single program. We have photographers, we have graphic designers, and these people are true artists, these graphic designers. We have people who design spacesuits. So if you're somebody that's like, okay, I like fashion, but you know what? I want fashion to be useful and to have a purpose. Let's design spacesuits, guys. Then we have geologists, astronaut trainers. So if you're somebody who likes to dive, be in the water, you could be at Johnson Space Center doing the scuba diving with the astronauts in their test tank. So all this to say that there are so many things that you can do at NASA. Whatever your interest is, there is something out here for you, and you can be a part of the mission of getting us back to the moon. So if you want to look at some of the different careers that you could potentially have, you can go to nasa.gov/careers, and there's all sorts of resources there. You can see all the different jobs you can have. If you want to look a little bit into internship opportunities, you can go to interns.nasa.gov and find about all the different ways you could become an intern at NASA. And I want to talk about a couple people that are from the Virgin Islands, who lived on the Virgin Islands, that are now working at NASA. So on the left here, we have Dr. King, who's a senior researcher at Langley. He went to Havana Eudora Ken High School, class of 1983. And then we have Simone Fullwood here, who is a colleague of mine. She's a senior systems engineer raised in St. Thomas. Went to the Adelita Cancun Junior High School. So just a couple people here highlighted that are from where a lot of the people on this call are from. And we're so excited to have them a part of the NASA team. And maybe one day your picture will be with them as well. So just ending here on a note that getting to space is not a one-person game. It takes hundreds and thousands of people and doing so many different types of jobs to get us to explore space and beyond. And we want you to be a part of that team one day, and we know that you have the capability to do so. So I'm going to end here with a message from one of our astronauts, Joe Acaba.
Hello, I am NASA astronaut Joseph Acaba, coming to you from the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I studied and worked hard, graduating high school in California, and then earning both a bachelor's and master's degrees in geology. While working as an astronaut after my last flight, I earned a master's degree in education, an area I strongly believe in. Education opens doors to so many opportunities. Much of my life has revolved around education, both as a student and a teacher. My education got me to where I am today. When I became an astronaut, it was like going right back to school. We have to learn all about our spacecraft, we learn to speak Russian, and we train in high-speed, high-risk operational environments to help us get ready for a space mission. I've flown 3 missions, one aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery, and twice on the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Missions lasted from 2 weeks up to 6 months. Here at NASA, we continue to advance the research and technology to return humans to the moon. We are still pushing forward with plans to send the first woman and first person of color to the moon under NASA's Artemis program. No human has set foot on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, so the possibility of landing on the moon is incredible. On November 16, we watched Artemis 1 launch and execute the first lunar orbit in more than 50 years. This was the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems, the Orion spacecraft, Space Launch System rocket, and the ground systems at Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral all came together for this extraordinary mission. Artemis 1 traveled a total of 1.3 million miles to the moon and back. After a 25-day mission, Orion successfully splashed down on December 11th in the Pacific Ocean. The capsule is now back at Kennedy Space Center, where it is being tested and studied. Up next will be Artemis 2, taking astronauts to the moon, and it will be here before we know it. I'm currently the chief of the astronaut office, ensuring crew safety and mission success. My hopes are to inspire the next generation of explorers and leaders, and to help elevate, build awareness, and highlight the teaching profession and its importance to our society. As you learn more about NASA and all that we do, I want you to remember that we are all crew members aboard a space station, our beautiful planet Earth. Viewing the Earth from space reminds us that we all share the same orbiting sphere as we travel around the sun together.
All right. Love that message from the astronaut Joe Acaba. And that's all I have for this presentation. And I'm hoping maybe we have some questions that we can go through.
We do, but I just want to give a shout out to
my E for USA teachers, Karsten from the DC International School. We have Jason Tejoras from Ivana Eudora Ken, and we have Miss Perkins from Central On. So big up, guys. Thanks for the pre-engineering program. One of the questions that was asked that we didn't get to last time is what is the difference, and this might be a little technical for us, but let's give it a whirl. What is the difference between orbiting and landing?
So I think that this question is probably in reference to Gateway and how it will be orbiting around the moon and then will be coming from that to land on the moon. At least that's the way that I'm going to answer it. So we have, you know, the moon orbits the Earth. We understand how that works. We have the gravity that holds us in as we're spinning around. So we use that force to build space stations that then orbit both Earth and then in the future the moon. So the reason that we do that is because we are able to access those points much easier, because when you enter the atmosphere of one of these planets or celestial objects, all of these have gravity. So every time you go down, you have to get off of it. So getting off of it requires fuel and power. So every time you do that, you're using your resources. So it's easier for us to dock to something that is in space, that is moving, that we don't have to use fuel, not massive amounts of fuel every single time you want to get there. So what we'll be doing is docking to this space station called Gateway and then using that to go the short distance from Gateway down and land on the moon and back and forth. I hope that answers the question.
That was great. So high school youth at Ken would like to know, hang on one second, I gotta read it. What will be the next planet if we succeed in going to Mars? And that's Malik Daniel from Ivana Eudora Ken.
So we love this question because I'm actually going to turn it around and say that's up to you guys. So
yes.
We are
I like that.
We're the ones right now working towards this. This is going to take years for us to get to Mars. And once we do that, then all of the people on this call who are young right now, you will one day be working towards the next step. So while we do have plans and we, you know, there's of course the master plan of exploring all of space, it will be up to you all to decide what is the most important place to go next. We do send satellites and rovers and all sorts of things to go collect data and pictures and videos and whatever we can of planets in our solar system and beyond. So we will have some information. So hopefully we have some good things for you all to choose from.
Great question, Malik. Okay, so one of the questions that I really want to revisit from earlier in the sessions today, which is a great question, and Malik, this is for you and your colleagues, all of my high school students on today, listen up, because this was a Ken question. What do students need to accomplish today, right now, in high school, to be able to apply for NASA internships? So you take the NASA career one, and then I'll take the high school component, okay?
Okay, yeah. So we love people from all walks of life here at NASA. It's so important for us to have a diverse workforce because we are dealing with extremely complicated issues all the time and complicated theories and things that we don't even know the answers to. So what we need is a diverse workforce that has people of different backgrounds, people with different experience to help solve these complicated problems. That said, we want people from as young as high school to join us as interns or work as a co-op while you're going to college. So as I said before, going on intern.nasa.gov is where you're really going to find all of your resources there for the specifics of what you need to have and what you need to do. But I mean, I will say everyone tells you all the time, work hard, try and get good grades, and do things that interest you to set yourself apart from others. I think that that's extremely important. What are the things about you that makes you important in the story of NASA?
And remember, guys, NASA is more than just STEM. It is food science, the School of Agriculture. It is medicine, the School of Nursing. It is teachers, the School of Education. There are so many facets to the jobs at NASA, but let me just give a shout out to the folks on the A levels, which is actually art, communications, graphics, design, photography, videography, radio communications, PR, marketing, all of those things are a part of the NASA family. So make sure that you're doing things with your clubs and your activities that will help you in high school. And then I want to give you 3 tips. UVI has summer programs. We have the Math Behind the Science. We have the business program. We have Ag Discovery. All those applications are going to be coming out really, really soon, which is why we're having this event now. We want to get you on that college pathway so that you know the deadlines. You know what's expected so that when you're ready for your college application, you've had a little bit of practice. Also, it gives you an opportunity to take part in activities. One in particular that we're going to highlight today is my favorite because it involves Megan, who I'm hoping is going to come out this summer and hang out with 10 Sparkly Special pre-engineering students who apply to our new program at UVI, the NASA UVI pre-engineering program, and 10 Sparkly Special students from St. Thomas and St. John for a 20-student academy, pre-engineering academy, to take place the last week of June. I think that's the 22nd through the 29th. I'll send a flyer to your teachers, but you need 3 things, and they must come all together. There's a flyer that'll explain all this, but you need a letter of recommendation from your teacher. Please don't ask her the day before. You won't make it, and I won't accept your application because there's a committee that's going to review all the applications. 2, you need a 1 to 2 minute video. Not a 5-minute video, not a 30-second video, a 1 to 2 minute video. And the third thing you need is the application itself. So look for some of these things and take advantage of these programs because you're building your college resume. And guess what that is? That is your internship resume. So you go from your STEM educators or your teachers, your English history teachers, whatever they are at your school that you are close to, talk to them about their pathway and their work. And then remember, you're applying to UVI, you're applying to these programs, but think of Megan. Think of the pilot that you saw, Mr. Glover, who's going to be on that rocket. That's your pathway. And I want to just share one more thing with you. And then we have 2 questions, and we'll close out really quick. We had a gentleman speaker earlier today, and I want a show of hands. Teachers, take account. How many of you are like not doing your homework? How many of you are just like cruising by? Listen, we had a gentleman on today who works at NASA, amazing, young, talented career professional at NASA. His name is Hunter. And he decided in his senior year of high school that he was going to be the big man on campus. And he decided not to do any of his homework. And guess what happened? He failed out of high school. And at the age of 26, he went back to school and got his GED. Then he went to college. And now he's at NASA. So choose your hard, right? Figure out your path. Decide what you want to do. You can do it the hard way or the easy way. It's your direction, but choose your direction. So 2 questions. What will be the next planet if we succeed in going? Oh, I asked that one. Sorry. Malik, you're getting a lot of time here. What are NASA's plans when we reach Mars? That is from Jamon Simon at Ken. And if I mispronounced that, sweetie, I apologize.
So the main reason we want to go to Mars is to see if we are able to sustain life on another planet. So we want to, Mars is our closest planet to us, and then we just want to see if we are able to continue life off of our little planet. We want to see what the other things can hold. that said, Mars is much colder than Earth. We have to do all sorts of things to study to see how we could even get a human on there. There are also so many factors about the surface of Mars, the dust that's there, everything, the atmosphere. All of these things need to be studied before we can even think about sending a human there. And it's just very exciting stuff. Mars is Earth's little twin sister, and we want to see all the capabilities, because also, like what the video said earlier, every time we explore something new in space, it actually teaches us a lot about the planet that we live on here, and it helps us develop new technologies and all of that for Earth.
Okay, and then one thing I wanted to revisit really quick. Are you going to have a lab in space, or when you go to the moon, are you just going to pick up rocks and dust and take it home? How does that actually work? What's the science behind the visit?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So we do plan to have habitats on the moon where there will be experiments and studies and research happening there. With these first couple of missions to the moon, it will be a lot of collecting, a lot of data collecting dust, rocks. We are looking to see if we can turn the ice that we know is on the moon break it down so it could become fuel potentially for rockets to go beyond the moon's surface to Mars. So there is a little bit of everything. We want to take advantage of every single little resource that we can, which means every little rock and grain of moon soil that is collected is studied to its fullest potential.
Super. As we close out, I just want to remind, we have one more question. Hang on. I'm not going to miss the live questions. I need it to populate. Hang on. It's not working. It won't let me see it. Beja, is there a question in there? Can you put it in the chat for me? Okay, it's gone. I can't see it. It won't load. I'm sorry. If you put it in the chat really quick, Beja, if there's something in there, I can read it out really quick. If not, we'd really like to remind you, pre-engineering program, math behind the science, ag discovery, lots of opportunities that will lead to, if you come to UVI, likely student jobs, student employment, and research opportunities in the summer. So stay in touch with your teacher, make good choices, do good things, and remember to choose your heart. Megan, any closing comments before we go?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for everybody for giving us your time. It means so much to us to be able to talk about everything that we're doing at NASA, to inspire you all, because it's not just about what we're doing, it's about the future. And we are so excited to
And then move on to the NASA family, the pre-engineering program, and the E4USA programs, and your teachers and your parents are the way to help you get to the moon. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Be good, make good choices, and we'll see you next time.